Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. ಅದು 10:10:05 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು.
ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ನನಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್?
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಒಂದೇ. PPT ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
PPT ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ಲಿ ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್. PPT ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಈ ಚೇರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ ಅಂತ ಇದು ಹೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ವೀರಣ್ಣ? ಒಂದ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಚೇರ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಹೈಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ನೋಡಿ?
ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ಲಿ ಓಕೆ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ ಓಕೆನಾ?
ಎಸ್, ಓಕೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್,
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಓಕೆ.
Good morning, Datta. The mic is off.
Yeah, I think there are so many things parallelly going on. In 15 minutes, we have a National Panchayati Raj Day 2022 in Jammu. So for
Okay.
that, there is a meeting. Like, there is a lot of confusion there. So
No, I'll just welcome and give it to you. Then
yeah, I will unfortunately have to leave after speaking there, for that other meeting.
would you be staying for ACS planning?
When is she joining?
She's already joined.
Okay. So yeah. But
Please,
I will be saying means 10:15. I have that another meeting also.
Okay. Good morning, Jayachandra.
Sir, very good morning, sir. How are you,
Very
sir?
good.
Very
I'm
good
fine.
morning. Fine, fine, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you all.
Yes,
Very good morning, madam.
Very good morning, Hemant Avare.
Yeah. Madam, shall we begin or shall we wait for a few minutes, madam? Mic is off, madam.
I said I am ready. If
Okay,
your
ma'am.
opening remarks, this thing is ready, it's fine.
Yes, madam. I'll just welcome all the participants and I think we'll begin, madam. Yeah. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome to this second United Nations World Geospatial Information Congress pre-event that's being held in Bangalore. As all of you know that the United Nations World Geospatial Information Congress is a global gathering of geospatial information experts. Basically, this is aimed to provide platform for understanding, knowledge, and application of geospatial information management to address local, regional, and global challenges for all stakeholders. In fact, it gets organized once in 4 years by the United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. And the first one was held in China in 2018. India now being almost a global power in geospatial technology is hosting the second UN-WGIC in Hyderabad during October 14th to 10th to 14th October. The theme of the summit is Geo-enabling the Global Village. As part of this UN-WGIC meeting, Department of Science and Technology headed by Dr. Datta and the committee members of UN-WGIC's organizing committee members decided to have a series of online virtual pre-events, and it's been planned across India at 6-7 places, and Bangalore is one of them. This is basically to collect and collate innovations in the field of geospatial technologies to highlight the vibrant Indian geospatial ecosystem during the UN-WGIC. In fact, it's our pleasure to have today with us Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Madam, Additional Chief Secretary to Government Planning, Program Monitoring and Statistics Department. She will be shortly giving the keynote address about the geospatial ecosystem in the state and also how departments are using the GIS. I think unless the consumption of technology is there, technology almost redundant. We have with us Dr. Debapriya Datta. He's an advisor and head scientist G in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He heads several divisions. One of them is Mission Societal Science for Equity Empowerment, which is called SEED, and SSTP, State Science and Technology Program. He also heads the Patent Facilitation Program and NGP as well. NGP, actually formerly called as NRDMS, he heads that. In fact, it is Dr. Datta's perseverance made this happen. That is, UN-WGIC is the, in fact, is the head work of Dr. Datta. And we have with us today other experts in the government sector will be speaking. Dr. Manoj Ranjan IFS from Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. And we have Jayachandran from KSRAC, who will be speaking on the institutes of KGS. And probably Karnataka is the best state in having both central and local facility for disseminating geospatial technology. Now I invite Dr. Datta to give an overview of the UN-WGIC event and India's potential and position in terms of geospatial technologies. And during this event, what India could learn from other UN countries. Just, Dr. Datta, I'll just introduce you because let others also know. Dr. Datta has a PhD from Indian Agriculture Research Institution, New Delhi. He served as a scientist in Central Soil and Water Conservation Research. He joined Department of Science and Technology in 1994 as a senior scientific officer, grade 1, and he was there till 2008. Then later, he was the counselor of SNT in the Embassy of India, Washington, D.C. during 2008 and 12. Handled many science and technology cooperation at a policy, project, and program levels. His area of expertise and research interest include geospatial technologies for informed decision making, management and capacity building for local level planning. And because of his interaction with the US and France and other countries as well during his stay at Washington, had the international exposure and S&T cooperation in the context of sustainable development goals. He has a number of publications in national and international journals and authored 3 books. Over to the Datta. Please provide an overview. Yeah.
Thank you, Hemant, and good morning. And I welcome Madam Rajneesh, who is really she's the the driving force of the geospatial ecosystem development in Karnataka, which is one of the most progressive states of using the geospatial in the context of the governance. Madam, with your permissions, I will use a couple of slides because the virtual world, it's better to just have to communicate a slide. So quickly, I will keep my talk very short, but I will just quickly use it. So basically, I just want to bring it to your notice that this second UN World Geospatial Information Congress is one of the testimony of India's this geospatial ecosystem. And as India's geospatial ecosystem, we know like it has a long history. Like we have some of the the survey agencies which are old, almost more than 250 years. But the real the stimulus came from the southern part of the country, and especially ISRO's headquarters being in the Bangalore. So you are in the epicenters of this India's geospatial ecosystem development with our IRS-1A launch, and subsequently when the 73rd, 74th Amendment came in 1991 and 92. That gives the governance framework, like how to utilize the geospatial the data and the informations for the local level planning strengthening. From that path, we were developed into, and the data infrastructure, the national spatial data infrastructure came into vogue. Now it is being utilized across the the government departments, even like as we see that there are we have a policy like starting from 2006 that the map, the national mapping policy, to the 2012 that the national data access policy, to now what we are working on, the national geospatial policy. We have the geospatial huge capacity building. We have educations and training across 250 the institutions, a vibrant geospatial industry, a vibrant remote sensing program, a geospatial data information utilizations, and the technology solutions and the services. The Indian geospatial market, which basically the the private sectors is playing a big role over the last 2 decades, it's estimated to be the 2.8 billion and creating an like about, as you see, 2.5 lakhs of the employment. And if you look into the geospatial initially, which was a more often a technology proof of concept of a like whether it is a remote sensing, whether it is a geographical information system, is now becoming an enabler within its from the planning and decisions being to now it is going into an efficiency improvement, precisions, monitoring, analytics, and productivity. So as one of the testimony of that, in the government of India had started the Gati Shakti program for improving the efficiency in the different aspects of the governance based on this geospatial, the technology data and in the informations. But now, as it has become an important enabler of the different part of the governance, like of the government, the private sector, as well as the civil society, the challenges remains about it's improving economic value, addressing sustainable development goal and availability and accessibility. In the context of the sustainable development goal, India as a signatory of all this, the global policy framework of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, Sendai framework, and the Paris Agreement and the Habitat Free and Urban Agenda, is also a founder member of an UN group of the Geoinformation Management, who has tried to strengthen the geospatial information framework across the the member countries, which are around 193 the nations which are countries are involved into that. So this is the integrated geospatial information framework, having the main three component of these the value the technology pillars. This is the technology pillar. This is the the policy or the governance pillar, and this is the the partnerships and the human the pillar. So the UN-GGIM is trying to promote this framework across the nations, and also in India, in principle, has accepted this as an the framework for the geospatial information the management. So these are the three the pillar I was talking about, the governance, technology, and people. Now, as like we are discussing about over the last 3+ decades, that we have got a vibrant ecosystem. This UN-GGIM, they started that the first World Geospatial Information Congress, as my friend Himant was telling, in the first time in 2018 in Peking in China, and this year in 2021 they they floated the bid for the second UN World Geospatial Information Congress, and with the objectives to enhance international collaborations among participants of member states, reflect the importance of geospatial information, supports evidence-based policy decision-making, address the development strengthening of geospatial information management and capacities across the nations, demonstrate the importance of international coordinations, and enhance the role and relevance of the geospatial informations against the three pillars of sustainable development, which is the economic, the viability, the social acceptability, and the environmental sustainability. So against those three pillars, like how geospatial can be. So the pitch, what we took during the bidding process, that 2022 is an important year for India as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This is a good opportunity for India to showcase its vibrant geospatial history, strengths, and a vibrant national geospatial ecosystem. The IGIF has been accepted as a core of the future national geospatial information agenda. In that way, India can take a leadership role into this, the developing in the South, especially in the context of the South-South cooperation, and the participations of the stakeholders from the different departments, national, state, local, geospatial industry, academia, NGOs during the event. And exactly this is this speech which gave us basically this proposed thing as Geo-enabling the Global Village. And in order to address this, the fourth the component of the pitch, we thought that Geo-enabling the Global Village, and one should not be left behind. With this theme, like we want to basically highlight the human face of the geospatial data and the informations, how it is being utilized for the India's the development, not only India's development, for the world development. So the Congress will be organized in Hyderabad during 10th to 14th of October. We'll have 3 layers. The core will be the sessions, the academic sessions. Then there will be exhibitions where basically the industry as well as the government and the academia can showcase. And these component in between will be the Indian geospatial ecosystem. So this pre-events, what we are organizing here are basically as a part for developing this, this content. So whoever is the stakeholders, especially from the government, especially the state governments, and then the academia, then the industry, then the civil society, and the UN wants to focus more on the youth component. So what the component of that we can highlight? And one thing with that, I will request all of you, like, what we are trying to, bring it out for the geo-enabling the global village. There is an opportunity for India that out of our experience, if we can like our software, some apps, some, the best practices as a package we can give to the world, especially the developing world through this UN-GGIM, then that will be a good contributions of India for, not only for in the context of the geospatial, but for, the how using the geospatial informations for the attaining the sustainable development goal. So with this comments, I, first of all, I thank all the participants to respond to our this, the request, and request you that in this 1.5 day, please try to highlight that what best, the product or your best practices you can really, you want to highlight during this 10 to 14th of October in Hyderabad, and what we can contribute to the world as a part of this, the geo-enabling the global village. With that, thank you very much, and I wish, like a very vibrant discussions, and specific that, your contributions. We're looking forward eagerly to the, for your, the active participations in the second event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Datta. Dr. Shalini Rajisha, currently is serving as Additional Chief Secretary, needs no introduction. But however, I would like to express my gratitude to her because I think the journey of geospatial technologies for us started in 3 decades back. And even during the early part of 90s, she supported the program so well, and he always used these technologies for decision making. That's one of the interesting things that I think more than 3 decades, she's been continuously supporting and mentoring all the geospatial technologies that the Karnataka has produced. One of the thing is when I talk about geospatial technologies in Karnataka, her name is synonymous with the technologies, because I don't see any bureaucrat use the technology as to that extent. And just would like to read some of the highlights of her career. She is the woman topper IAS in the 1989 batch. She's got a gold medalist in psychology, MBA from Australia, and PhD in rural development. In fact, she's several books to her credit covering subjects like management, personality development, women empowerment, and IAS coaching, etc. She won the second best Panchayat Raj National Award in 2012, and in fact hits her vision and the brainchild, that is Karnataka's Guarantee of Services to Citizens Act 2011, which is popularly called Sakala, which backed the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Civil Services. And recently, especially in the past 5 years, we're grateful to her because the extensive use of technology, especially in our state, geospatial action plan, which is, I don't think that any state has this kind of a action plan using the technology. First time we started about 2019. It is the 3rd year. And apart from that, during the COVID, the technology is extensively used. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here, madam. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hemant. Can I have the PPT on?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Mode? So, first of all, thanks to all of you for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to the United Nations World Geospatial Forum for taking up, International Congress for taking up this important issue. And the title is also very interesting, that we are going towards geo-enabling of global villages. I remember last time it was the 4th revolution of IT, which was making the world into a global village. And no doubt, it's the geospatial technology which today is making the world a global village. And adding another dimension to it, that from a macro perspective, we are moving on to a very, very micro perspective, which is, as a planning secretary, I feel a very, very important tool for very rational decision making, which saves us a lot of time, money, energy, and at the same time is highly efficient and outcome oriented. Next slide, please. I think we have a very glorious, tradition of geospatial technology utilization in Karnataka, thanks to our stalwarts like Mr. Hemant from Science and Technology Council and Mr. Govindraj from Karnataka Remote Sensing Application Center, and many others who have been able to make use of this platform which has been created. Karnataka had this KGIS, KSRAC platform created, where we have made it mandatory for all departments to share their data in a geospatial format. And I know the trouble and the effort that is being done by all the agencies involved, right from the grassroots level, to bring in layers and layers of data. The natural resource data management system, which has been again available in Karnataka for more than 30 years, ever since I started my career, I know the immense contribution that has been given for the decentralized planning and monitoring using the geospatial technologies. So, as Mr. Datta said, the SDGs, the aim that leaving no one behind is today more realizable with the use of geospatial technologies. And I would like to share a couple of those strengths that we have, or case studies that we have, which has made it happen. And I hope it gets replicated not just in India, but across the world. Next slide, please. We see the KGIS portal, which is an integrated portal. The integration of the databases of different departments makes it what it is really worth. And I'll show you how the correlations of data has helped us do such wonderful administrative decisions. Next, please. The geospatial infrastructure, again, is very robust in terms of data collection, thematic mapping, web and mobile applications, data analysis, and then, of course, continuous capacity building. Next, please. Some of the important programs I will just quickly mention, but I'm sure Mr. Jayachandran, Mr. Manoj Rajan will dwell upon it in greater details. From the planning department, we have collected about 1,562 parameters. Some of them are static and some of them are dynamic. We've collected it on the GIS portal, and we've created a Karnataka at a glance on a GIS format, which is so user-friendly that any department can use it in isolation or in collaboration. There is a query mode, there is a correlational mode, there is an analytical mode, and the outcomes are so beautifully presented on the portal that you can immediately take decisions with the use of that technology. Crop survey is another area where Agriculture Department uses the spatial data for analysis. Forest Department uses for fire management, also for managing their assets and business processes. The Revenue Department uses it for property maps, which has a very high stake thing. A very small difference here and there can mean crores of differences. We have RDPR, Rural Development Department, using it for complete process automation of all works, which are running into thousands and lakhs. Similarly, we have the electoral information system, which gives us information, micro level information down to the booth level. Then we have the integrated public grievance redressal system. This is a very, very important area as far as the citizen interface of geospatial network is concerned. Next, please. In planning department, we are using the geospatial platform to analyze the entire budgeting exercise of about 240,000 crores. Every penny that gets spent across every department, every scheme, 1,800 schemes, and across 6,000 gram panchayats. I mean, the whole of it, everything gets geospatially reflected, and it is in the public domain. Everybody can see what is happening to the money that is coming in or going out of different departments. And this is also being used for performance ranking. So, that for a particular scheme, if you select especially the SDG parameters, which are the top talukas, which are the bottom talukas, and now next we are going on to the analysis at the Gram Panchayat level. Next, please. As far as sustainable development goals are concerned, we have created a vision 2030 and we've specific targets fixed for it. And I'm very happy to say that Karnataka is having a score in the 3rd rank across the country. And our aim is to go on to the 1st rank. And let me admit that it is the geospatial technology which is helping us take certain decisions which can make a world of difference. I probably will not have to wait till 2030 to achieve my targets. One of the examples I'm presenting here is that where we do the color coding of the individual indicator and we present it taluk-wise or district-wise. And then we do a correlational analysis. Suppose there are 49 indicators and I do all the indicators together, which are the ones, which talukas require the maximum attention. I can present it to my public representatives and they can understand immediately. Now this map, for example, shows the children out of school. And you can really see that a very, very small portion of the state showing in red needs attention. Rest of it is within the state average level. So if we use this technology, we are then able to link it to mapping. And I'm so happy to say that in the budget of this year, the Honorable Chief Minister has announced certain very, very important decisions and a new one to say that in health, in education, and in malnutrition, we will have these talukas as aspiration talukas. And the money also has been exclusively provided for catering to the gaps filling up in these very talukas. And I'm sure that what we could not do for over 30, 40 years, we will be able to achieve in a couple of years. And that's the challenge we've taken it as a planning department. Next, please. This is a map which I'm showing correlating the productivity of crops with underground water levels. The first map shows the Gram Panchayat level map where the potential of productivity is there in major crops, but they are not able to realize it. And when I correlate it with the actual underground water availability, I find there is an overlap. So all I need to do is that in these particular Gram Panchayats, if I can make micro irrigation as a mandatory thing, whatever crop they may be growing, I can ensure that productivity levels will go up and at the same time, the conservation of the most valuable resource, that is water, could be also ensured. Next slide. How do we correlate our convergence of resources? By using GIS. A very, very recent example, which Mr. Jayachandran and Mr. Hemant helped me out, was that for ages, we were having this issue of thousands of Anganwadis not getting a building of its own because Anganwadi building scheme is not getting enough money, nor is the land availability coming through. So Mr. Jayachandran carried out this exercise and he used this GIS platform to find out that the existing Anganwadi, which is not having a building, should be co-located immediately with the nearest possible government school. And he was able to locate 11,000 in a click of a mouse. He was able to locate. The matter has been sent to the education department. They have gone ahead and told the education department people that the rooms are available. Let the Anganwadis start functioning. So without spending a penny, how we could solve this age-old problem of not having Anganwadis with buildings, proper buildings, and then therefore taking care of the malnutrition issues. Next one is about the, again, the water conservation part of it. This I have been using for 30 years. Since 30 years, I have been looking at this data. So we know that water is more and more scarce and we have to conserve. So again, Science and Technology Council and KSRAC, they have identified based on so many layers of information that they have as to which are the potential points where we need to harvest water. We all know today the most popular program of Jal Shakti mission is to conserve water. And we are every now and then we are celebrating this. But the point comes, where do we conserve? Where do we take action and we optimize the use of resources. So here is a technology which tells us for the state as a whole, these are the points, then can be checked at field, and whatever is viable can be immediately proceeded. Otherwise, the survey and the actual decision making and the estimate making itself takes years and years together. Thanks. Next, please. This is another thing to show that one of the SDG indicator is that no one, as we say, no one should be left behind. So no village should be left without road connectivity. That is the target for Vision 2030. So we were able to, again, use the layers of data on all kinds of roads, whether it is rural road or urban road or any other road, which is there to find out whether it is tarred or untarred or kacha road. And we were able to find out for all those villages which were not having connectivity to the taluka headquarters. And based on that, all the Zilla Panchayats have been asked to prepare the action plans for these. So I'm sure in this year itself, I will be able to say that Karnataka does not have a single village which does not have connectivity with the taluka. And as we all know, connectivity with road brings all the prosperity and development to the village. Thank you. Next, please. This is another very, very important intervention, which I think Manoj Rajan will be able to dwell more on it. But just a passing remark, it's a very, very important utilization of the technology to bring in such huge incremental gains in terms of disaster prevention by making a timely forecast using these technologies. Next, please. This is like a new era thing where we are looking at using the data for improving businesses, right? Till now, I was talking about improving government decisions making. But now I'm saying that I'm making this data available to the prospective investors. I'm telling the business people that, look, here are my marketable surplus production data. Here is the existing infrastructure in terms of processing or cold storages availability. But here is the data of these 9 districts which have huge potential of productivity, but they do not have either the cold storage or the processing. So in this year's budget, we have announcements of cold storages, warehouses, etc., to be created on a PPP mode. So the businesses will also grow using this data. So, and we are doing it, we're doing the analysis for them as to where is the potential for business. Next, please. Now I come to the concluding slide. We have collected the data. We have shown it on the geospatial platform. We have tried to work out with the business customers as well. Now, what is the future of geospatial data? How are we able to monetize it? Not necessarily for monetary terms. I'm looking at it from the productivity terms. How best can the data be used by the government, by the academia, by the businesses, by the citizens in general? And we have set up a asset monetization cell in collaboration with planning department, finance department, and infrastructure development department. And we're looking at all this data that planning department to begin with has and can be anonymized and can be made available on the open data platform in a GIS format. And we work with Map My India, we work with ESRI, and we're trying to see how this raw data can be made more consumer friendly, cleaned up, made available on the cloud platform, and so on. And finally, it is not just restricted to a few thousand government users, but it is open to the society at large. This, I think, is a way forward. We need to, next slide, please. We need to look at the broader utilization of this technology with all multi-stakeholder collaboration, which will actually realize the true potential of geospatial technology for Global Village, as we said, and not leaving anyone behind. With this, I would just like to conclude by saying that we all need to work together, be it government, be it the other players in geospatial technology, the scientists, and the business community for that matter. And we should see that more and more skilling happens. Mr. Datta's told about 2.5 lakh employment as of now. I feel it can be into billions. We have huge manpower. If they are known, if they're made to learn about the kind of uh, potential that this technology usage has by using our Skill India programs, Digital India programs, particularly for the youth, I'm sure data analytics, geospatial analysis, and then finding the business prospects of using the data in the most productive manner, it can be done. So my request to the center would be that we should have a common repository of this data. Uh, for example, we are now looking through KSRAC to procure the basic remote sensing data of whatever is the latest available, and it has a cost. After that, we have to take a lot of tools to make use of it. Also, we are looking at asking all the departments, rather than taking individual licenses and engaging people independently, why don't we mobilize that resource only through our nodal agency, so that we cut costs, but more importantly, look at the advantages of convergence. So we are looking at pacts with ESRI, we are pact with MapMy India or other organizations who are into it. But I think this is not institutionalized. What we are doing is like a proof of concept. But my request to Mr. Datta will be that let's look at institutionalizing it. I'm sure Niti Aayog is also looking at this aspect of making geospatial data analytics as a part of our planning and monitoring exercise in governance. So let's have these partners who are well established. This would help us scale up in a large. What I'm now showing is islands of success, but I feel that it should be scaled up in such a manner that we all converge the resources, converge the information, converge the analytics, and then make very, very prudent decisions in different fields to make the best use of this geospatial data. So the costs of getting the information on geospatial information or the satellite information, then the interpreted information, etc., should be made more economical, and it should be made more ongoing kind of a thing, rather than I should not wait for last 4 years data I have and then I wait for the next 4 years to get the new satellite imagery basis. So we have to go online on this satellite data availability and interpreted data availability, so that immediately it gets into the usage, just as we see the Google map on the which we use on the road. So it's an instant kind of, in fact, a real-time kind of a thing, which everybody is today using, especially in urban areas. I think I would close by saying that it is wonderful to have all the stakeholders today who are going to contribute to a major revolution in geospatial technology utilization, in particularly for SDGs, because SDGs do not stand for one government or one country or one state. It stands for the planet as a whole, and it involves all the stakeholders. And ultimately, the slogan of today, no one should be left behind. Therefore, our geospatial technologies should have a major focus on those who are really left behind today, the most deprived sections of the society, or on the resources side, the most depleting resources. So let's all work together, and I look forward to hearing from all others to see how we can make this a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Just to inform you, madam, I think the kind of initiatives taken by the state government in terms of having NRDMS centers at a district level, because it's there from 3 decades, which probably very few states have. I think UP has done in a few places, but I think Himachal Pradesh has few, but Karnataka is the only state which is probably institutionalized the geospatial technologies at a district level. And apart from that, the vibrant KGS and KSNDMC I believe this could be showcased in the UN-WGIC meet, madam. That's going to be in October 10th to 14th. So this could be replicated by other states as well, because I think no other state has this kind of initiative. So I request Datta also, your talk today could be the keynote in one of the sessions for comment sector during the UN-WGIC meeting, madam. Thanks very much, madam, once again for your excellent support to the technology and the people who are working in this area, madam. Now I invite Mr. Jayachandran, he is a director of KGIS. I think after he came into the program, KGIS sort of upward growth, and now KGIS has a number of geospatial applications um, for various business activities. And the advantage with Jayachandran is he had the experience of working with the private sector as well. He was earlier with Naviga, and in fact, he was the person who is also instrumental in setting up our first Karnataka Geo portal as well here. And he was in NRSA as well. So I think his experience with both the public and private sector makes him a good candidate to take this KGS forward. Mr. Jayachandran, over to you, please. Yeah. Mr. Jayachandran, you're not audible.
Yeah, my screen, is it visible, sir?
No, it was visible earlier. Now I think you changed it somehow. Earlier it was good. I think you can represent it. Stop presenting and represent it.
Yeah.
Can you make
Now
it full screen?
Just 1 second.
I think you need to share the window, I believe.
Is this okay now?
It's okay. It's okay now. Yeah, go ahead,
It's okay.
please. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I hope my screen is visible and I'm also audible. I thank you, Dr. Hemant, and this is a very impressive and start from Dr. Datta and Shalini Madam, and because who is always a advocate of GIS in remote using of geospatial technologies in government in all the projects, because in the last 6 years, whatever I was using, like what we had done, and majority of the programs was been initiated or it is supported by madam in a fullest form till recently the procurement of high resolution satellite data or getting into an enterprise license agreements for all the departments in Karnataka. So everything was supported very much by madam, and with that I will start my presentation. Even though ma'am has covered majority of the initiatives of the state, and I will try to complement something with specific focus from Karnataka GIS perspective. So the Geo-enabling the Global Village. So the theme which has been taken by UN-GGIC, it is apt as on today's system, where every event or the data is getting transformed as a geospatial information. Earlier we say, okay, I'm going to office. That wasn't event. But then today that has become a geospatial information, that how you travel, what time, what speed. So my individual timelines are being recorded and it is being used by individual, by myself and also by the others. And another thing is what we have to focus on, the make the available data accessible to everyone and formulate the appropriate governance mechanisms, provide innovative tools and techniques for using these data sets, and how you can do a value addition and derive better informations and for efficient decision making process. The collaborative partnerships among the stakeholders, because today the world is no more an individual system, individual entity or any one individual cannot run the show. So it has to be always with the partnerships, and various stakeholders are part of it. And at the end of the day, we need to empower the citizens, increase the productivity and efficiency. So with these are the general goals to my understanding, where the geo-enabling of a global village as a theme is focusing on. On these activities, what KGIS has done, contribution towards this geo-enablement process, and what are the innovations which we had adopted, what are the challenges which has been faced, and what is in our views that it should be the way forward. So that is what I would like to focus here. in the subsequent slides. So anyway, Karnataka GIS has already been explained. Basically, it is an Karnataka GIS is no more a project. It is a system where interconnected, integrated databases of departments uh, across the government, which all is being made available on a single spatial framework through a single window system. So for the public consumption and also for the interdepartmental decision making. Some of the sample cases of like Anganwadis identified, number of schools which is identified to the Anganwadis, which is not having a building on its own. And in that school, whether the extra classrooms are available so that the Anganwadis can be housed. So one of the classic examples is we are able to answer or able to give facilitate the departments to take an efficient decisions. Apart from this, for public consumption also, it's not just only KGIS is talking about the government and interdepartmental data, but also the data available from the government side is all made available for the public consumptions free as on today. And all this happens through a web and map services through a KGIS portal. This is a thematic views where today we have around 500 plus layers. And one of the key, another important thing which I would like to highlight is today we have a complete stereo, virtual 3D stereo view of the state can be visualized, how the state was as of now, that how the state terrain is. So many of the decision makings have been done using DEM also, apart from only the assets of the departments. So this is the summary sheet where we could say that this is how the data sets of 500 layers, what we have in terms of a boundary, in terms of land informations, terrain informations, satellite images, thematic informations, census informations, because till now the census data is available in a tabular forms, in a published booklets or maximum in an Excel sheets. Today we have all those Excels converted into a geospatial data. So we are able to say or take any planning, because planning department is the maximum or potential users for this and effectively utilizing it to know how many scheduled tribe or SC the population is available in which taluka in terms of a male, in terms of a female, in terms of an income, and correlating these data spatially with other governmental data in terms of agricultural productivity or in terms of water levels available there as well. So apart from this, we have weather informations through KSNDMC, obviously, and we have utility informations which all the departments is doing, plus various departmental assets in terms of the schools, hospitals, police stations. You name every departmental assets and the office locations are available in the state government in the KGIS portal. So it all is being served through the general public, where public can visualize. You can do your own analysis, or you can load your own data onto this KGIS portal for integrated analysis and visualizations. So today, if I have to say from a government's perspective, how KGIS is being used. Basically, KGIS is used for the cadastral database, the seamless georeference cadastral database available is being used across all the departments for planning and monitoring all the subsidies and any other programs which is being taken up. And the property database, the original survey number wise property database now is getting updated by all the land related departments, like in terms of a revenue department, rural development department, urban department, and forest departments. Everyone is effectively utilizing it. There are many decisions or the statistics are being extracted in terms of a constituency boundaries also, which was not possible earlier. Example, because today in all the legislative assembly questions, which comes from an by the elected representatives, is in my constituency, how much has been expenditure done. So earlier it was very difficult to get it because it's always based on a village or an administrative unit, not as an electoral unit in terms of constituencies. Today, all such information is possible and every department is effectively utilizing and extracting the information in any form for any kind of a queries to be answered and using it for their own planning and decision making. Plus, all the departments today, I would say almost the 230 plus second departments which are under 32 ministries we have, everyone has used the some or other forms of a geotagging of their assets, either by a mobile application or by the field visit or by web applications for mapping their assets and making it visualizing, have their own GIS systems through KGIS and enabling in all their websites, a GIS visualization of their systems. And some of the departments even have integrated tightly with the KGIS, their business process in terms of forest departments. The day-to-day business operations of the department is tightly integrated on a GIS platform. and which KGS is one of the platform which they're effectively utilizing and is being used across the government. So this is just a glimpse of various slides, various applications which Karnataka uh, departments are using and on KGS. So which has multiple mobile applications. We have crop survey analytics, we have electro information systems, we have transit GIS, which focuses only on transport and traffic related activities. We have Karnataka at glance, where we have 1,600 parameters plus data has been geospatially being mapped for the last 4 years now. Comparative analysis trends are being proposed. So the thought process or the way in which the planning department was functioning 4 years before and the way in which the department is functioning today is completely like changed, and a lot of efficiency has been brought in, wherein GIS is one of the tool which is being used here. And disaster management, obviously, again, KSRSAC and KSNDMC is like we are working hand in hand for various disaster management related activities in terms of we getting the data from them in terms of temperature, weather, humidity, likewise, plus we sharing all our data back to them. So for their urban flood modeling exercise or for their crop drought monitoring exercises, so we are working together, and this is one of the best combination which I have ever seen in the country, where two institutes are working closely for efficient and effective management. Plus COVID, that last 2 years, the pandemic, which almost the whole world has been shattered, but we were able to handle slightly better. I will say definitely comparatively better in other compared to other places using with the use of geospatial technologies. We were able to do a household survey of all the uh, families in the state in just 3 months by integrating or taking the data from an election information system which was available earlier under KGS, and then connected with the like a medical education health information system which we had. Jointly we are able to like do a health survey and then able to do a continuous follow-up for the people who have been affected. So there's an extensive work, and it was appreciated by many. It's also awarded with at least 2 awards we have received for the same implementations here. Plus works monitoring, the day-to-day operations of RDPR is happening on through the RGA, through the KGS systems, and the property information system, because now the 3 departments have already taken up to mapping the properties onto KGIS, so that now what happens, no more KGIS is an independent system, or the departments do not maintain a database of their properties in silos. All the data has been integrated on one single platform, which KGS takes, ensures that there is no duplications, or if duplicates and redundancies have been highlighted and getting it rectified. So we are working towards creating an unified land management system, which is an initiative which the government of Karnataka has taken by integrating the departments which is dealing with the land ownership and land related transactions, be it revenue department, urban, rural development, and forest. Plus, there are many citizen-centric applications. Dishank, one of the very like popular applications, which every citizen, I would say, in Karnataka is using, especially even the rural livelihood. Every farmer knows about Dishank. So that is how the system, which will say every farmer knows about crop survey. So the way in which the geospatial technology is, or KGS, is a small, I'll say it's an instrument being used by all the departments. We have geo-enabled every person in Karnataka. I will say, if not every person, at least 80% of Karnataka's populations have been geo-enabled or tagged with on a GIS platform, which I'll say there is a Kudumba system which we have created today is also been geotagged. So every family in Karnataka has been geotagged, and it is available through KGS for various other systems. Forest fire, which ma'am already told, it is in day-to-day operations of forest department, which carries how much of forest fire happens, immediately getting an alert within 10 minutes of the forest fire deductions, and with an SMS on their mobile to the person who is really monitoring the forest in that area, a big guard who gets an SMS with a follow-up phone calls to him. So this is completely possible using the pure geospatial technologies, which is also awarded. We have received 2-3 awards only for forest fire portal systems. Some of the classic examples, I'll just take only 3, which is not covered by ma'am, just to complementing it. So health vulnerable areas of various constituencies. So booth-wise, how many population in terms of number of senior citizens who are with comorbid or without comorbid. So this is geospatial analysis which has been used in during COVID times. Now crop survey. Crop survey is being now like last 4 years government of Karnataka has taken. Today we have a spatial analytic systems that you click anywhere in Karnataka and take any kind of a query. Say that if there is a business, like if it's a wholesale dealer looking for having an areas where he can take tomatoes being grown within 100 kilometers of a particular area. If that is a question, and it gives a details that, okay, if you're looking for a tomato or any kind of a crop within 100 kilometers, these are the villages which you have an estimated acre of this much. And if the estimated yield from crop cutting instrument is integrated, we'll say that, so we say that this is the yield which you can expect from these villages, and a list and the spatial maps also been provided. So this is the kind of spatial analytics created. Plus, this is one of the program or the financial, which ma'am also explained. So how much of money under one scheme is being spent on different categories, general category, SC category and ST category. So we have, and which taluka is taking how much of money. So that is, we are able to identify anomalies, and also we are able to identify priorities, that these are the areas which we need to be focused. These are the examples which agriculture department has used last year by integrating their payment systems with their workflow systems. This is like what I was explaining about enabling the citizens. So there is an app where every department, almost we have around 18 departmental jurisdictional boundaries and assets on a mobile app, where you name it as schools or hospitals or nearest APMC markets or nearest Bangalore one centers, where you are looking at. So you will be able to click on a map, you'll get all these assets, able to get to know how to navigate to the assets and who is the contact person to be contacted. With the jurisdictional limits also. That means if you say this is the location, it will tell in BESCOM which you are, which section office, in BWSSB which service station you are coming at, in which police station it is covered, and which Lanka zones, so which zones are and ward you are coming up. So across all the departments, you will be able to get the information just on a click of a button. So this is the power which we have initiated, including the ownership. So you can get the record of rights on your mobile free of cost. Your RTC is available directly. You click anywhere in Karnataka, you'll be able to get this information. So this is how what KGS has been initiated. It's just a glimpse of overview. And currently what the new initiative we are taking is the unified land management system. That means unification of all the departmental process, including registration. And then a drone based or aerial data based 5 centimeter resolution of an image acquisitions through revenue department and urban department, and creating a properties out of it. Establishing a CARS network for Karnataka. So it's a continuously operating reference station to increase the accuracies and efficiencies of the GPS surveys. So now today, because of this, the revenue department is able to complete a property survey of a village, which is in just 1 week's time, which earlier they used to take months together. So there is use because of this CARS systems in Karnataka, which is available, continuously available 24 hours, 24/7. And we are extensively using this data for various activities. The mine lease approvals from the department, notified forest boundaries, and rejuvenating the watersheds for various agricultural programs, command area mapping of the minor irrigation tanks, because the small tanks, how much area of command areas is available. So the geospatial mapping of all these things are happening very effectively, and the department is able to plan exactly that this much of water is available on a tank, which we do on a fortnightly basis, and this is the total command area which need to be served. So now we are working towards integrating the crop survey data with this command areas, plus your natural data set, whatever available, including the rainfalls and the weather parameters. So that is one areas which was just initiated to work towards that. I hope we'll be able to make a good breakthrough and then come out with the new solutions next year. And next immediate initiative is the current KGS portal itself. We are trying to have a much more and upgradations, and with a better ease of access and opening up all the data layers to be made available to the public free of cost, because these are all being created with the public money. There is an initiative under the National Geospatial Policy, and from the approvals from the state government, from our executive committee, we are going to populate all the data, make all the data available in a public domain in a GIS format. No more on PDF files as well. It's a GIS format will be made available. So just to say what are the uniqueness and innovations which we have adopted in the first 3 years, and then subsequently what we are doing it. The first one we take is that unified framework. That means all the data across the department, because we have to say that we never created data in KGIS. KGIS was not intended to create a data, but instead we collated data first. And then with the collated data, we started updating the existing data sets by having a high resolution satellite data 50 centimeter for the entire state, which is the first state within the country who have to have such a kind of a resolution satellite image for the complete state. Earlier, everyone used to have that kind of a data only for an urban pockets, but we took the decision, no, we have to have the complete state in a unified framework, and then we should have a better resolution for the urban area, which we have started working with 30 centimeter and 15 centimeter today with the satellite data, and 5 centimeter anyway with the drone we are now, or aerial we are planning to go with. Next, we also created all these data to be made available to both interdepartmental and also to the public through a unified framework. The same data sets is being accessed and made available to the government and also to the private. And we ensure that all the data is updated and coming through a common APIs, so that the APIs are continuously updated, managed and maintained for its uptime. Next is created spatial queries and analysis. We have identified the ownership of the data to avoid the duplication redundancy. That means the roads are being given from 3 different agencies, but we take the data only from an authenticated agency. So not considering other data, but still complementing that data with an additional data which we used to get it. Example, if there is a road for Bangalore, the roads have been from BDA and also from BBMP and also from PWD. So, and also from KRIDL. So, but we took the data from BBMP, updated the data with the better accurate data of BDA available onto BBMP, created a comprehensive road database. So this is an example which we say we had created a single data layer across the systems. We never created multiple data sources, even if the additional comes up from other department, it was supplemented and to the same data set. Decentralized and distributed storage. Example, we don't own or manage the electrical network, because we still connected, we have made the data sets available within the BESCOM or within the energy department, connected through KGIS, so that we do not create an inconsistencies or create a duplicate copy. Be it the weather data, be it electrical data, be it an utility data or the revenue data, that means ownership data. Everything is residing in respective departments who continuously update and maintain it. But KGIS has created a system of connecting to all the departmental database through automated APIs and systems, and we are able to extract this information and share it with us. Obviously, it may be sounding good to have, but always there are challenges. It's not that 100% is completed. Yes, around at least major departments have been integrated. Other department integrations are going on. So these are integrated and connected systems. But also it is a technology neutral. We do not, because KGS as wrestling, it's not a single project. We have applications created from open source. We have created applications using COTS, not only from one technology like ESRA. We have data from applications on ESRA, applications on Intergraph, applications on GeoServer, likewise. In multi-database and applications, we have Postgres, we have SQL Server, we have Oracle. So all are interoperable and integrated through service-oriented architecture systems, and all with the data applications are configurable through single sign-on, modular, easy replications. We create applications for departments just in 5 days or 3 days. Minimum turnover time is just half a day at times, because of the easy replication modular data for the existing layers. We have created another system of differentiating a spatial data and MIS data. Because of that, we are able to maintain and manage the spatial data effectively. However, still maintain the informations of the spatial data for different departments separately. Example, like a road, the way in which a road is being looked at by BBMP is different, but the same road, how it is being looked at by BMTC is different. Because for the transport purpose, it is a different perspective, and for the like a planning of road and municipal services, the road has been road as an asset geospatially, how it has to be managed is different. So this we are effectively managing with the same spatial data, but different MIS data, and so that we are able to serve the different departmental applications. So this is some of the uniqueness and innovations which we have created. Also, we have pooled the licenses. In KGIS, we have not purchased the GIS licenses, but all the licenses which was available, which is not a fully or effectively utilized across the departments, are pooled. We are using the shared infrastructure, and we are using a contextual based load balancing in terms of an IT process. These are the uniqueness or innovations which we adopted, which we are able to manage KGIS with just a handful of 5 to 10 people today, which we have. So this 5 to 10 people are the team which is using and managing all the systems today. When it comes to the challenges, first, availability of the data, because still, as I was telling, even though it may be a rosy picture, but it's not that all the data what we expect is not available. Right? Sometimes the accuracy of the information is available. Sometimes, very rarely, at least within the state government, very, very rare. However, sharing of the data. Data is available, but we may not be able to have a direct access. Or even if you have to have a direct access, it is again restrictive access. So there are at times, even KGS also does the similar setups to others. So for various policy or regulatory approvals. So this some of the challenges we have faced, but we have overcome continuously. Data updation and maintenance process, because we have taken the data, but all the departments do not have a business process or a workflow process so that the data gets updated through an automated system. So we always take a drive for every year or once in 2 years to get the data updated. So which is a manual or a drive based systems, time period based drive which has been taken up. Second thing is, again, as I was saying, workflow integration due to varied business process across the department. Like when I say properties have to be a unified property management system, but the property management system, if you have to integrate, the business process followed in urban development department, be it rural development department, are completely different. And so we have to create systems so that the GIS caters to all these business processes, and that is also one of the challenges. Next is from an administrative perspective, the expectation from the administrators are, okay, I want this data immediately or quickly. Yes, it was possible if the data is available. So that was the questions. So there is a quick turnaround time. And sometimes ad hoc questions comes when there is no, with the absence of data, we have some difficulty in answering or like catering to the requirements. Next, other major problem which we had seen is both from the public side and also from the government side is understanding gaps. What this geospatial technology can give. Example, someone will think that, okay, LiDAR is a technology which will give me identify the properties immediately. But again, that is the misnomer, or a drone. With the drone, I can do wonders. It is not possible. Drone will give informations, but it may not be able to tell where is your property. So that is how there are challenges which is associated with. Yes, yes, I'll close it. So the lack of coordinations across the department, because Government of India and Government of Karnataka or any state department, there are a lot of lack of coordination. This is one thing which I would like to highlight. Like example, Gati Shakti program or Jal Shakti program, where everyone is expecting the data to be shared. When the data is shared, what happens is, again, it is not a continuous data being taken up. It is a one-time dump being taken up. After some time, that data will become an obsolete and unusable. So this is another lack of technical understanding in managing. So with this, the way forward, what we are looking at, what our point is to make the data available free, so that the citizens can be enabled and empowered. We have to get the feedbacks and reviews from the department, have a separate technical and customer support team to validate or to facilitate or give a response back to them. We are planning to work with the partnership. Already we have initiated some of the partnership drives with MapMyIndia, with ESRI, with other private companies. And we are now going with the startups also. Partnership with the startups for developing innovative applications on KGS in a smaller platforms without having much of a turnover criteria to be considered. And also outsourcing process. And making KGS as a pivot for geospatial datasets and applications within the state departments, and also to be a gateway for the Government of India and other state integrations. Enabling all the schemes and programs geospatially to visualize the financial and physical progress, which the CM dashboard will have the KGS integrated shortly. Already which Avalokna is also coming up. So the physical progress, financial progress will be an integrated spatial visualizations going forward. The only major thing which I would like to say is the data sharing should be always insisted from a services point of view, rather than having a data to be taken in a physical form, because then it becomes an obsolete, and it may serve the purpose for today, but again for tomorrow the same exercise has to be repeated. With this, thank you for the time, and I think I've taken a lot of time, but I want to explain that what is being done. This can be taken up as some of the gist can be taken up for the UN Congress. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Jason. I think one of the best thing to happen for the state is having KGIS platform, because I don't think any other state or even other countries, smaller countries have this kind of facility, centralized facility wherein data gets collated and updated quite frequently, as has been done. I think because the other initiatives in the other states, as you know, that it's still, I mean, we have collected data, some analysis going on, but KGS is much, much ahead, even though there are some shortfalls which could be taken care in the future. But this will be definitely as part of the system in the UN-WGIC. Probably as I requested to SES madam, she can present all these initiatives of the state and pitch for that this kind of replication in other states as well. Thanks, Jaicha. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Really? I think some of the participants have requested for hearing, but right now I don't think it's possible. It's already running short of time. Can you just, whosoever has any questions, can you please type it in the chat box? Then at the end of the day, probably at the end of this session, I request if there are any questions for Jayachandran, he will answer directly to you, or if we have still time, we can do that now. But now let's move to the next key presentation, that is by Dr. Manoj Rajan, IFS. I think uh, case in DMC, I think it is done remarkably well in terms of the use of technology for weather forecasting and advisories. I think one of the interesting thing is we have the uh, uh, weather monitoring stations and rain gauge stations, automatic rain gauge stations, which almost they have it to the extent of Gram Panchayat. And Manoj Rajan is currently serving as Commissioner Karnataka Disaster Management Authority and is also the Special Secretary to the Government of Karnataka. I mean, it's curious to look into this uh, testimonials because he was a special officer formerly, and he conceptualized and implemented the electoral roll management system in Karnataka, later replicated in the entire country. I think it's one of the best things to happen from the state of Karnataka. And he has served as additional mission director, Sakala. That is part of the team which led by Madam Shalini Rajesh. So that is in 2013-14, and it got the citizenship best citizen services award also. And in under Sakala we have 725 services from 50 departments, and from the Prime Minister it got an award for excellence in public administration. Another interesting thing is because as a special commissioner, Dr. Rajan implemented a GIS-enabled property tax information system and leverage technology for simple, transparent, and efficient administration. This I have seen it many times and really wonder we didn't do it even though we were there for quite some time. BBMP has done this at the level of each houses, and he carries a legacy of successful accomplishment of technology in managing large organizations. But whenever I spoke to him, I feel that he's more of a technocrat than a bureaucrat, and it's really wonderful to have him today to explain the initiatives of case in DMC and how GIS technologies have benefited in weather forecasting and disaster management activities. Over to you, sir, Dr. Manoj Ranjan.
Dr. Hemant, I have shared my PPT onto your WhatsApp. I'm unable to share the screen. So if you can enable that, it will be good. Otherwise, I will go without the presentation.
I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now.
Yeah.
Let me know the WhatsApp. I think it's getting loaded. Yeah.
Thank you. When I'm trying to share here, it's saying Google Chrome doesn't have permission to do recording because you have started recording. This thing is there. So if you stop recording, I can start sharing from here itself directly.
No, just a second. I think it's uploaded.
Thank you so much. So can we blow up this presentation?
Yeah, yes, it will done. Yeah. Full screen, Madi.
So Dr. Hemant and the organizers, at the outset, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share our case study and how we have used geospatial technology in disaster management. I am wanting to make this statement that it is a very right topic which you have selected, that is geo-enabling the global village. So why I am so excited is that unlike the information technology, which took years for people to adopt it at large, more specifically at the rural areas, fortunately, the geospatial technology, though you see is too complex and scientific input from various angle comes into to give you a geospatial technology infrastructure, but it is so simple to use. And today you have people using geospatial technologies at the beck of the mobile phone, wherein they can order your Amazons, they can order your vehicles on Ubers and Olas and so on and so forth. So with this initial comment, the apt title of Geo-enabling the Global Village suits so very well, right? So I start the presentation. My screen has gone off.
Because it's in a, yeah, we are representing it, yes.
Next slide.
Okay.
Next
slide.
Yeah. So in this case study of Karnataka, I would like to tell you what problems on one sector of disaster management we were facing, what did we do, and what are the initial indicators. 15 minutes of my time, I would like to talk to you on the bare concepts of how we have adopted it. 5 minutes, I will take you through a live demonstration, but live demonstration, I don't know how you can see in this presentation because I am not connected to share my screen. However, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಈ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Okay, I can stop the recording otherwise.
Just
I can stop.
Can you just do it for a minute? ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ.
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll stop the recording. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll stop the recording.
Yeah. Chrome is stopping me from presenting.
Yeah, it's recording has stopped. I think you can do it from your end now. Yeah. We have stopped the recording. I think now. Yeah.
I'm trying. Yeah. Your entire screen. Share. Google Chrome may not have screen recording permission on your computer. Huh? You tell me. Mm-hmm. Professor, is my screen visible?
Visible. It's not visible.
Not visible.
Because I think now it started. Yes. Now it's visible.
Thank you. So sorry for the hiccups. So I was starting my point by saying that geospatial technology is an emerging field. Yes, compared to the other brothers of the IT sector, it is emerging. It includes 3 components. One is the geographical information system. Second one is the remote sensing component. Third one is the global positioning system. Though it sounds to be complicated, it is not so, because as I made my initial comments, you can see the people at the remotest past accessing geospatial enabled products and services. So today in disaster management, if I have to talk about the decision support systems, the primary context is, where is this disaster happening? What is the current condition now? Is there any trends from now and before over the past few years? Do you have a spatial pattern? What models can be derived? If I can give you all the other relevant information of topography, edaphic condition, rainfall, climatic things, DEM modeling, can you give me a flood forecast modeling? What is the alternate best route if a road has been cut off? What is the alternate route if an electric power line has been sorted out? So these are spatial questions which are very, very specific, which if answered rightly can help in the disaster management process. So saying so, I am of the strong view that the geospatial intelligence, is a very, very important element in the geospatial use in the disaster management, which tells me where is my closest resource, where is my closest resource person, where is my problem area, what happens if wind blows, is it going on this direction? So such kind of intelligence is made available by geospatial intelligence. Similarly, you look at authentication. Where is this building? Somebody can say it is available in this village, but how far, where, how, why, when? Entire thing is answered through the geospatial capabilities. We already spoke about analytics, that in this area, what are all my resources, in this area, what are my problems, so on and so forth. So I would like to say we are now in the age of virtual reality, and today's meeting is a classical example that in the past, if you need to have 80 guys sitting for a meeting, there's a different set of arrangement. But today we all around sitting across and talking on because of a technology which is there. So virtual reality, augmented reality, and need for spatial relations kickstarts the importance of geospatial technology. So today, I represent Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. I would just want to take 2 slides to tell you what do we do, where do we do, and our strengths in the foray of disaster management. So first, already you heard the ACS planning talking about telemetric rain gauges of 6,500 in number. So this organization has these telemetric rain gauges which are up till the Grama Panchayat level, which can now send me data every 15 minutes interval. That means 96 times a day, 6,500 sensors are talking to my sensor, giving me rain related information. Similarly, if you look at the telemetric weather stations, 926 of them are at the Hobley levels, giving me information such as wind speed, wind direction, relative humidity, and temperature. So these 5 weather parameters are so critical, so important for me to analyze what will be the severity of the hazard, where it will be, when it will be, and the intensity and spread. So this is the 2 core sensors which this organization has established in the state of Karnataka. We are unique in the country to have it at such grassroots level, and this information through an automated process comes onto our server and then onto our geospatial infrastructure and presents the entire scenario on a daily basis, weekly basis, seasonal basis, so on and so forth. Similarly, this organization has got lightning sensors, seismic observatories, water level sensors, and reservoir level and stream gauges. So very importantly, the lightning sensor, now an information saying we are going to get a lightning strike in Marathahalli is one information. Another information is lightning strike at so-and-so coordinates at Marathahalli is a different set of information. So today with geospatial technology, we are in such focused manner, we can say where lightning is going to happen 20 to 30 minutes a prior, and that 30 minutes you can take to make the citizens aware, make the community aware where the lightning is likely to happen, and communicate to them on do's and don'ts. So this is where I'm trying to bring in the connect between the geospatial infrastructure vis-a-vis ordinary data which is available. Now, look at the organization, we collect all these information, and then we put it onto our databases. We do our mapping, identifying, notifying disaster affected areas. So the daily day in rigmarole of disaster management on a geospatial enabled infrastructure is completely different to what is there without it. So this is where we stand today. Today, I will just draw your attention to this vulnerability map of Karnataka. You can see on this slide that 80% of the geographical area in the state is prone to drought. Similarly to floods and heavy rain. Similarly, we have earthquakes, we have cyclones, we have landslides. So this is one piece of information without the geospatial layer, how it would look. Similarly, I will show you this slide with a geospatial layer. I would want you to see how the same information which I told you is going to look like. If you look at the drought prone, I know which are the districts which are affected, which districts are affected 10 times in the last 15 years. So which is highly prone to drought, which is highly prone to flood. If you look at the Krishna Basin, I know which areas flood has happened. So I want to give you a direct comparison between a slide I showed before and a slide which I'm showing now. So this is what is the strength of the geospatial world, where you see an information, and as policymakers, you have a holistic view. Your policy making, your interventions, all can be completely different. It can be targeted. It can marshal optimum resources at a particular area. So this is some of the information where I'm trying to show you that in Karnataka, which are the areas that are prone to drought, which are the areas that are prone to flood. So my time series analysis of these two data gives me a complete map to understand where and how geospatial technology is being used. I will draw your attention to a very specific case study which we are doing in KSNMC. If you look at disaster management, you can see the pre-disaster regime, which talks about mitigation, prevention, and readiness. That is all in the segment of pre-disaster. When the disaster strikes, you see response and recovery. That is the post-disaster. So this is where it stands. So we are now introducing this geo information database in the entire disaster management process. And when you look at it, it will be similar to this, that in Karnataka, we have got this GEDM. The full form of GEDM is Geospatial Enabled District Disaster Management Plans. That is the crucial, critical document required to handle disasters. It tells who has to do what, how, when, why, and all those things. And the other side, in the post-disaster, I have shown you another application, which is the Karnataka State Disaster Management Information System. Now, I will be talking to you specifically on the GEDM part of it. If you look at the pre-disaster scenario, during this GEDM platform, we are now preparing disaster management plans for the state, specifically for those districts where we map all their resources and resource persons. We help them prepare in a much more scientific manner. We are here showing them step by step, how do you do your vulnerability analysis? What is your role and responsibilities? What is your standard operating procedures? All brought onto digital form. Similarly, during disaster, we tell them what should be your response mechanism, where is your checklist, how's your action plan, search and relief, and all those things. And lastly, so the point I'm trying to make here is that a management which was paper-based is now completely digitalized, and more importantly, having the geospatial layer, which gives us all the things which I said, analytics, intelligence, authentication, and support. So if I have to give you introduction prior to this introduction, the disaster management in the country, including Karnataka, is a paper-based document. Paper-based document means, as per the Disaster Management Act, every district has to do a district disaster management plan, and they have got their norms, schedules, and formats. It is paper-based. There is a disaster. You see that the system first assimilates information from the district, and then it helps in communicating the entire system to various people out over here. It strategizes disasters based on the disaster type. It prepares the mitigation plan, the response plan, recovery and HVRA analysis. It coordinates with them by giving them SOPs, roles, responsibilities, and checklists. And it has provision for monitoring and updation. It can do periodic updation of the data, whichever I'm talking is required during disaster, and gives you reports. So this is sum and substance for you on geospatial enabled DDMP. Because there is paucity of time, I am rushing through this presentation to just show you that this technology can be a game changer. And in disaster, the game changer is nothing less than saving lives and livelihood. So that is the importance of this thing. I will just take your attention for the next 5 minutes. I will show you on the data collection which we did. And if you look at this infrastructure onto your screen, I can show you that these 5 districts, 66,000 total submissions they have made. That means an hospital detail is one submission. Like that, I have got 66 submissions which have happened. You can look the building, personal, administration, so on and so forth. Now I'll come to one critical case for you to show how this system will help. For example, can you see this screen?
Yes, yeah.
So if I'm going to select a case, a flood is imminent flood is likely to happen. I will then start to select the area. Let me see, I have taken this, I have marked this codical as the area where it is going to likely be flooded. Automatically the geo coordinates have been selected. I give a command that in this point, surrounding this point, 5,000 meters, you give me the resource and resource persons happening. So click of the button, I got to know 859 people are around this area whose services can be taken during this disaster of flood. Similarly, there are 134 buildings which are available. Now, let me view at the data. If I view at the data, I get to know that the 859 people are assistant teachers, ASHA workers, Kara, whatever type, whoever has recorded as a volunteer, as a contributor during this thing, I get to know. I see their job description, I see their service, I see their experiences in disaster management. So I handled disaster management once, many times. So such kind of thing I can do. I can look at them, I can summon them, I have their phone numbers, I have their contact numbers, everything available on click of the button. So these guys department-wise can be summoned during the disaster management. Now, if I have to look at view data for the buildings, it has been reported 134 buildings are there. Now, flood requires shelter buildings. So let me look at which building I'm going to take for making it as a shelter. So here I can see a 5,000 square feet built up area, which is a community hall, which is Mescom Sabha Bhavan. And then if I go here, I can have a look at the image of the building. So here 5,000 square feet is available. Now I can look at what all infrastructure is available, which is the nearest village, which is the what facilities do they have? Do they have cooking facility? Do they have lights, electric connection, other facilities, water storage? So these are critical information as the district manager. If I want to handle the flood, I'll have to identify which is the shelter people. So I know the contact person, I can make contact here. So I can start choosing, give me all buildings which are more than 3,000, 5,000 or 10,000 square. So here you can see there's a 10,000 square kilometer. This is Markada temple. So in the temple, I can go look here. I can talk to those people. I can ask them, Estu janana illi now idkobodu anta heli. The point I'm trying to make is that in click of the button, I can look at personnel, building, search and rescue equipment. Let me look at the search and rescue equipments which I have in this area, which are suitable for flood. So on the screen, you can see that I can have all these rescue operations which are there. I can look at the ropes, I can look at who's owning it, I can look at boats, I can look at the different equipment which can be used during flood. I can summon them during this point. Now, if this system was not available, imagine how the deputy commissioner, on whom he has to depend, how accurate information he can collect, because officers also in between keep transferring. So I have vehicles. Now look at the vehicles which are there at my disposal here, which I can use for transportation or movement. So very specific to the disaster, you can look at the jeeps, buses, and all those things. The drivers are there, vehicles are there, which I can use for disaster. So the point I'm trying to make is that just because I have put them on the disaster management, on the geospatial enabled platform, I am in a very comfortable position to be sure of my decision making process, where I can collect the information, where I can present the information to see my disaster management is much more effective. Marshalling of resources is there. So I am using the capabilities of geospatial infrastructure to see I am handling disaster in a better manner. So this is the mobile app wherein you see that people can go select the vehicle type. So I've made the platform so simple that collection of data at the district level is by the district officers, and at the field level, he does a field survey to look at the bus, click a photograph of the bus, certify certain questions that the bus is good, not good, look at a building, suggest on the building. So all this is an authentication which happens through the entire process of mapping your resources. So this is somehow how the map will look. On the map also, I can click, I can get the entire information available to take a decision. And then I get maps like this at the end of the entire process to tell me where an helicopter can land, which are the pharmacies which are there, where are water points which I can use to douse fire, and this is how we have used geospatial technology. So I am a strong supporter of this technology, and I'm sure that it will take administration to a very great height if we adopt geospatial technology in various fields. As my earlier speaker spoke, J. Chandran spoke about the areas where they're working. Madam Shalini also spoke on the areas. So here was a case study where we have adopted geospatial technology and reaping the benefits. So my viewpoints to the entire team is that if you can look at problems using this infrastructure, solutions are different and better. So I once again thank you all for your patient hearing, and I hope I have made justice to the time given to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Arun. In fact, the efforts of KSNDMC is remarkable because no other state has this kind of advisory facility, this kind of resolution also in terms of telemetric ranges. However, I think would request you to be the participants and also present something like that in UNWGIC in Hyderabad, where in other countries, UN member countries will come. So then what happens is we can learn from them, and some of it which is already existing in us and which looks better to them, they can look into us, or they can take us as advisors or something. So it will happen both ways. So probably that's one stage, because this is a pre-event which we would like to showcase whatever that is interesting and unique in our state, and this will go to the next level. So I hope we'll continue this with the October meeting as well. Thanks very much for highlighting the efforts of KSNDMC.
Thank you, Dr. Hemant. In fact, just 3 days back, the Springer has brought out a publication of this very same case study, and it is available. And it was presented in the Chennai as the best cases for the entire 11 states, regional south states, as the way forward for disaster management using geospatial technology. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Yeah. I'll make a presentation of what we do in Natural Resources Data Management System program. Next slide, yeah. Just a few words about my council. My council is placed in Institute of Science campus, and we have a director in Institute of Science as the chairman of the executive committee. And we have representation from both the higher levels of bureaucracy and also senior scientists from IISc. Next one. We work with both the state and central government. That's what the efforts today you can see. That is Government of India. We almost associate with all the programs that the Government of India has. Not just in geospatial technology, it could be water, it could be energy, it could be scientific auditing, it could be student project program, so on and so forth. Yeah, next slide, please. We have a good linkages and collaborations with most of the departments. They work with the local bodies. Yeah, next. Paucity of time, I'll just slightly move fast because it's already past 11:30 now. We have many projects and program. One of it is geospatial anyway that I'm going to speak now. Water, we work on both quality and quantity issues. Rainwater harvesting program is our major flagship program. Education, we work with student from engineering, both undergraduate and postgraduate level. We fund them. At least 1,000+ projects gets funded every year. Other core area is having energy efficient building technologies, which is quite robust. They are from almost 4 decades. Now we have solutions for all the walling and roofing elements, and we can have at least 15, 20 options for each of them. Then we work on renewable energy. We started with solar and wind. Now it's moved over to bioenergy, and solar is still there. We provide DPRs to all the departments, mostly with the government and government funded agencies. And we have a robust patent information cell where whatever the novel ideas we get it from others, it's we try to get it patented. Then we have the outreach programs, and other two things are Center of Excellence for Cyber Security and Aerospace and Defense. These are the two things we have. Next one. I think, I think Jayachandran also told, and Madam also told that there is a lot of data available as it is from both the central and state governments. What we need of the hour is to just collect, collate, and integrate seamlessly so that we can provide applications. The job of NRDMS is, see, decision makers sit at the lower levels of administration, that is Jila Panchayat and below. For them to do implementation in terms of school education or health or anything of that sort, they need the support locally. And whatever the information that have in terms of geospatial data, it has to be analyzed and given to them to their requirements. That's what we call it as last mile connectivity. If that is not there, whatever data that we generate, it will not go to the right kind of users. So we use all kinds of data that gets generated both at the state and central level. It is seamlessly integrated now, and we provide services. Next one, please. The kinds of applications, since NRDMS program, for your information, it's there at the district level. So we have a office at the district Jila Panchayat where they integrate and work with all the line departments, mostly developmental departments and district administration, and provide services. I mean, it's based on you ask for it, you get it. So it could be on water resources, health, education, transportation. It could be village information system as well. It could be delimitation of gram panchayats, a geospatial action plan. I think when I say technology, it should always reach the user because it should not end up as a technology for discussion's sake. That's the crucial for us. Next one. So see, I, actually this task was given to Shalini Madam as well. She wanted us to prioritize the minor irrigation tanks for funding because that time they had the 123 plus talukas, which are sort of a drought prone, and she would like to come up with an action plan for tanks in these areas. And I think it's about 8 years back, they had a funding of few crores for each of the assembly constituents, and she would like to know where the funding would go. So we had the data from multiple sources, from CASRAC, from US, Bangalore, Dharwad, and apart from our own data, and other data also from Jalasamvardhana, also we got it. And there's a standard protocol, we used it. That is condition of the catchment, silt, turbidity, and all that. Next one. So these are the classification types and the criteria for identifying tanks for restoration and rejuvenation. I just don't want to read it now because it takes more time. Yeah, next one. So this is the output that we get. For each assembly constituencies or for talukas, you come out with a map which shows that how many tanks they have and what are the conditions in which they have now, and what could be the restoration plan, and what could be the likely cost. So we list the priority based, the first order priority, second order, things like that. And we'll also tell this is the likely cost for each of them. This is the kind of bonding for this much. I mean, treatment for the upstream or the low stream. All these things gets done. Next one. Then one of the core things that the government uses is, apart from minor irrigation tanks, this usually agriculture department and watershed, they largely use GIS, and they require at the parcel level. So this is one area where we worked is National Watershed Development Program. So wherein we get funding for implementing watersheds at the sub-watershed level, which is roughly about 5,000 hectares. And we do get a funding for up to 9 crores. It could start from 6 crores to 9 crores, and you need to have an action plan of each of them. So we did this successfully. Fortunately, we were the third-party evaluation for Watershed Development Department. Next slide, please. So we do the before and after study. So the money invested and what is the likely output and what is the actual output. So we use the imageries extensively, and we found that the kind of change, land use change that seen over a period of 5 years. And this also collaborated with the field studies, and we come out with the data saying that this is the kind of single crop or double crop with increased or decreased. And we also did some work on the groundwater recharge. So we checked in some of the nearby uh, Nala Band or check dams, and we found that all of it is matching to the extent of 90 to 95%. And we say that the money invested, whether it's really worth it or not. So this, we made a report as well, submitted to the department, and fortunately, the investment went well. Next one, please. So groundwater fluctuation, this also we use it quite regularly and extensively. And flood-prone habitations also, this as and when the government requires it, we have, since we have all the layers, this is done in no time and given to them for suitable flood control measures. Next one, please. And health, yes, health has got many things to do. So right now, Indian Institute of Science also has a ISAC Center for Public Health, which looks into all these data sets, wherein how do you give the advisories and how do you pinpoint and say this is where it's going to likely going to happen, and what are the preventive measures that we can take up. One is identifying the health trends, other is tracking the spread of infectious disease, and also the kind of services that we have. Next one, please. So one of the simplest thing that we did was initially when we started is to have sufficient PHC and CSC. That means to say that there is a guideline. At least about 30,000 population, we should have a primary health center, and no person should be made to walk for more than 8 kilometers. This says that this is a simple standard protocol which allows you both the spatial and non-spatial data. You combine it, build a simple app uh, using any software that you have, and it tells you, okay, these are the likely places which doesn't have this kind of a facility, and you pinpoint and say this is you going to have this facility in this specific village or a town or whatever it is. So this we did it for close to all the districts and submitted a report. Next one, please. This looks like this. Okay, each taluka, what is the current facility that we have, and what is the likely facility that is required based on the guidelines of the state on health facilities. Next one. So then we also work on malnutrition, and you can see that here percentage of children aged under 5 years which are underweight. Malnutrition is a very well researched subject, and we also have a project now which we look into uh, dry the fruits and vegetables when it's in excess, and it could be stored for 6 months, and it could be given in multiple forms. It could be powder, or it could be flakes, or it could be a chocobar kind of a thing, and it is made for both the children and adolescents, adults also. So uh, this is how it looks. You can see that the North Karnataka is done in a poor way. So we need to find ways and means of making children and pregnant women better nourishment through midday meals or else through Anganwadis. This two-pronged approach, one is GIS, other is to have any other technology. So our council works on both, not just on GIS technologies, works on other issues. How do you solve it? Now I know the specific problem, but how do you going to solve it? There could be other technologies. So that's how it's working, and we would like to make that as some sort of a startup company, and it will be a role model for other entrepreneurs to come in and start on their own. Next one, please. Then is COVID-19 pandemic. I think we're grateful to ACS madam because during the COVID situation where it's most of the time lockdown, we used to get hundreds of advisors requests mentioned from her saying that this is we require on all parameters. And our staff are busy, even though they are not working from office, they're working from home. They're quite busy in doing all these parameters. The next one, it could be just hold on. So it could be on migrant laborers, health facilities, testing labs, RT-PCR, testing targets, positivity results, recovery rates, fatality rates, COVID affected. I mean, it runs a long list runs, and fortunately we used to get the data immediately, and we used to give the resultant analyzed maps to the planning department, which in turn goes to next level of decision making. So because COVID requires um, administrative decisions immediately, and usually it used to happen in 1 to 2 days. And this is the kind of portal, simple portal that we developed on our KSCST website itself, and it used to provide all this information. Next one, please. Probably it's difficult for you to see because it's a small screen, but however, this is within 24 hours, 22, 24 to 48 hours, and after 48 hours, time taken to provide test results. Because in those days, time was crucial because I give my samples and I just write, and sometimes it would take more than 48 hours. And we need to check in which district it's happening, and through the administrative machinery, this goes to the concerned people, and they have to hasten the process of testing and reporting it. And this on a day-to-day basis, we used to do it. Next one. Education. I think education practically it's a when we have a wonderful system in the government wherein we have more than 200 parameters listed for each school. Data is not a problem. We need to analyze and give it to the right time to the right people. Next one. This the simplest example is how many teachers we have or how many students per teacher, something like that, PTR, people teacher ratio. So in this map, you can simply see that few of the places near Raichur or Gulbarga or Yadgir, they have less number of PTR. I mean, we need to increase the number of teachers. So, I mean, you can actually collaborate with the aspirational district as well. So these are the Raichur and Yadgir are the two aspirational districts which needs immediate concern and need to be looked into. So this kind of a work we did for all, at least quite a number of SDG parameters. And we found that why the aspirational districts are like this and what could be the solutions for it. So we work on both the geospatial technologies and other technology solutions as well. Next one. Then I think there's a lot and lot of parameters out there in school, just like starting with compounds, toilets, roof, power, electricity, toilets. I think it's a long list of infrastructure that goes within a school, and we also give where all we have the facility, where all it's not there, and the number of children studying in which school, and sometimes we don't have children in many schools. This has to be reported to take a informed decision making at the right level at the right time. So the government uses this data exclusively, and fortunately, we're happy that the planning department takes this initiative and continuously recommends this kind of a geospatial technology or any technology solutions or any outputs or analysis and used constructively and immediately. Next one. This is one thing I think which see, earlier there are action plans which are usually through files and folders. So see, somebody at the lower level puts a file that some Nala Band or check dam has to be built, and it goes up and some costs are measured. So you built in some cost and contractor will implement. But the problem is nothing gets located, where it has been done, which contractor, when it was started, when it ended. This has to be conclusively stored permanently in a portal so that next time when you start doing it, you actually know where all we have done it and where all we need to do. So this will bring in transparency and duplication for all the departments. So this is the initiative again by Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, which is said that we need to have this. And fortunately, next slide. So these are I think the colors are a bit confusing to me. It looks difficult, but however, it says that backward class, education department, health and family, fisheries, scheduled tribe department, horticulture, animal husbandry, agriculture, Ayush, forest, sericulture, women and child welfare, social welfare, youth services. All this department have done the geospatial action plan, and this is mandatory. This was made mandatory, and first time I saw institutionalizing GIS at that level, because unless I don't make it as part of the planning process, it just become another piece of information which specifically working in this area for almost more than 3 decades, uh, which we don't like it anyway. Because and it has to be integrated in the planning process. It has to be used in taking decisions and taking any sort of decisions. So that's our mandate. Fortunately, the government is, I mean, they're actually very proactive in that sense, and they use this data continuously. And it's a pleasure to have this kind of a ecosystem here. Next one. Another is village information system. So we know that we have a um, um, data of villages, which is probably a century old, and how do you do it fresh? So this we did it in 2 3 ways. I think the time is already 12. Yeah, next one. So this is the kind of village information that we get, and we prepared all this kind of a thing. And we said, when you do a village map, what do the government gets? What do the investor get? So these are the things that you get. It could be linked to all our schemes, because when I make a map, it has to have a robust platform, not just a map. It should have the relevant attribute information so that people can specific decisions based on land use, land cover, soil, category, drinking water, so on and so forth. There's a number of things that I can do. So which we built in, because earlier maps had only just either maps or sometimes you have a separate attributes. Now we combined it, seamlessly integrated, and now providing. Next one. This is how it looks. Next. Other is planning atlas, which will have some 150 plus parameters. We prepared that, and we actually district versus district and vis-a-vis talukas, we get it, and it shows you, basically it shows you where to invest the money on which sector, and who is falling behind, who is moving ahead, and basically it looks into the budgetary proportions. So uh, this tells you this particular taluka district doing well in this thing. Next one. And we have also a Karnataka Geo portal, which actually started in 2009, and we have a very good application in watershed also. And now it's been used extensively for National Data Repository program, wherein we actually mandatorily data has to be stored in a specific format with data details, categories, and all that. That we are doing it right now. Next one. I think I would like to stop at this time because it's already 12. I'll move ahead with the next category, that is the industry category. My colleagues, Ms. Ramya and Dr. Rish will take over from now. And thanks for participating. Thanks for listening. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So we will go for the next one. So we'll go for the next speaker from the industrial side. So the first speaker is from Shashank Mathur. He has a wide experience in geospatial technologies, around 21 years experience. Currently, he's working as an examiner. Okay, we are going to from the industrial side right now. So the first speaker will be Shashank Mathur. So he has 21 years of experience. Well, currently he's working with Hexagon geospatial data for the last 10 years and leading with the pre-sales teams in India. He has a master's degree from remote sensing and photogrammetry engineering from IIT Roorkee. His specialization and area of interest is forestry, smart cities, land records, and defense. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, and good afternoon to everyone here. I'm Shashank Mathur from Hexagon. Let me share my presentation slide here. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thanks a lot. So today I'm going to talk about the little bit of 1 or 2 slides on the company overview, and then what all solutions we have for geo-enabling the global village. So Hexagon, as you all know, we are the global leader in digital reality solution by combining the sensors, the different type of real-time data, the softwares, autonomous technologies. So we have the different divisions like geosystems, the geospatial division, the marine division. So in geosystem, we provide the solution for capturing the information, capturing the data from the field, like DGPS sensors, lidar sensors, GPRs, and all those things. In geospatial solution, we provide the solution to process the data, to disseminate the data, to build the applications, to configure the applications, all those things. And then we have the marine solution for marine, for solution for smart agriculture, the manufacturing and mining. So by integrating all these innovative solutions, we are providing the industry-based solution. We are providing the solution for different verticals like transport, the smart cities, forestry, the village, health, and all those things. So coming to the geospatial value chain. So in like we already heard since morning that what all we need to enable the geospatial platform. First of all, we have to capture the data, we have to process the data, and we have to share and deliver the data. So in all these components, Hexagon provides a valuable solution, a very unique solution. So we have the solution for capturing the data from the geosystem, the processing of data, and the dissemination of data as an interoperable services to the different type of client, different type of verticals, different type of analysis applications. Coming to the digital mission for rural areas. So as per the government of India, they have launched several schemes, like some of them are listed here, like BharatNet, Jal Jeevan Mission, some Swamit. So as per BharatNet, so all the, we have to provide the broadband connectivity to all the 2.5 lakh gram panchayats across India. Similarly, for Jal Jeevan Mission, we have to provide the tap water to all the households by 2024. So similarly, for Swamitra, we have to map, survey the Azadi areas, the land record, and all those things. So here, how we are providing the solution for the BharatNet project. So here we have the solution for fiber optics monitoring and management solution, where we are mapping and managing all the physical inventories, logical inventories, creating the dashboards, developing the mobile application for collecting the information from the field and ingesting that information ingesting and utilizing that information in the monitoring and management of this fiber network project. Jal Jeevan Mission. In Jal Jeevan Mission project, we have to provide the we have to provide the 14.6 crore households full tap water by 2024. So this project has the multiple phases, like the planning and mobilization phases, where you will create the maps, you will create the baseline maps, you will geotag the information during the implementation phase, and in post-implementation phase, you have to do the O&M, you have to monitor the using the dashboards. So all those things here. So for map preparation stage, we provide all the geotagging solution, the GPS, the GPRS solution for extracting the underground information, underground utility network, and the solution for the UAVs, for the drones, for capturing and processing that UAV data and using that UAV data for creating the maps for for precision maps and accurate maps. Again, with our solution, you can develop that dashboards where you can monitor the different parameters by integrating from with SCADA and with different sensors, and you can monitor, you can manage your entire utility network here. Okay, the solution for the land record. Here, we provide a cloud, we have a cloud-based solution where you will find that the rich client applications, the dashboard kind of applications, and the mobile applications. So all these applications are available as an app. You don't have to install these applications or the software in the end client. And this rich client basically enable the end client, which are basically like a non-GIS expert, like patwaris. So they can use these kind of user-friendly applications for digitization of land record information, and or for modification, for editing, for modification, editing, and all those land record information they can perform without installing or without deploying any software on their client. Even you can develop the progress monitoring dashboards where you can use district-wise progress, the village-wise progress, and even the patwari-wise, user-wise progress. You can monitor those things. Similarly, the different type of dashboards using the pie chart and using the different type of business analytics, you can develop those, configure those dashboards here. The solution for agriculture here. So we provide the solution. Using our desktop suite, using our server, the cloud, and mobile platform, we provide the solution for monitoring and analysis of crops. So here, if you see, we have ARDAS Imagine, where you can use the different type of vegetation indices to identify, to analyze the growth of the growth and the health of the crop. Similarly, for drought analysis, so there is a tool called Moisture Stress Index, where you can see on the left-hand side image. If you see this natural color composite image, and on the right side image, it's basically it shows the moisture analyzed image basically after calculating the moisture stress index. So the all blue portion is having the high moisture, and the red and yellow portion is having the comparatively a dry land. So you can identify that which is the drought affected area and which has the more moisture there. Similarly, the crop classification. So in crop classification, you can use the AIML method. You can use the ground truthing. You can integrate that ground truthing information. And then you can create the accurate classification or more precise classification maps for calculate the more precise acreage of the crop. Flood damage assessment. So again, a dashboard kind of application where you can on the thin client, sitting on the thin client, you can identify that how what is the pre-flood condition, what is the post-flood condition. You can overlay the crop fields on the condition. So you can overlay the crop fields here, and you can identify that, okay, what all area is, how much it is inundated, how much crop is affected. So all those things you can analyze using the dashboard, using thin client applications. Right. Again, we have the solution for the smart and precision agriculture here. So in smart and precision agriculture, we are integrating the solution with the SAP, where it stores the different type of data, like type of crop, type of cultivation field, the soil data, the type of vehicle, amount of fertilizer, amount of water used for this. So we even the weather, you can integrate the solution with weather forecast system. So if you see in this dashboard, so you will find that, okay, what is the amount of fertilizer applied, what is the speed of the vehicle, what is the engine speed, fuel consumption, everything you will find here, and then you can integrate this information with your application. Even the weather forecast information you can overlay here, and you can protect your and protect your crop fields from the weather conditions. So if you see here, again, you can define the task that, and you can review the task in the past years, that how much fertilizer has been applied in the 2011, in 2012, 2013, the past years. And then you can identify that how much fertilizer should be applied on the field with the using the historical data. So if you see here, it will show you the task density, the amount of fertilizer applied in 2014, 2013, and all those things. And then you can identify that, okay, this entire red area requires more fertilizer, and this yellow area requires less fertilizer. So how you can, this is how you can optimize your fertilizer application and the water application to the field. So with this, the conclusion is, like, we have the end-to-end solution, starting from capturing the data, processing of data, and the dissemination of data in a single with a single unified platform. So now over to you.
Thank you, Shashank sir, for providing information about from village to smart cities, and then agriculture, from agriculture drought to flood assignment. Apart from this, planning to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we go for the next speaker. So it's from Ferro Technologies, G. Venkata Somaraju. I would like to call Mr. G. Venkata Somaraju from Ferro Technologies, who has an experience of 11 years. Currently is working in Ferro Technologies on 3D technology and design application since 6 years. He holds a degree from mechanical engineering and master's in MCTE from CITT Hyderabad. It is over to you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, are you able to see my screen presentation?
One minute, sir. It's not visible right now, sir.
Now, sir?
No, sir. It's not visible. It's now visible.
Okay, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Somaraju from Smart Lab Tech Private Limited. We are channel partners for Faro. And today I'm here to explain about the technology. Faro is a global leader in measuring and imaging realization technology. It helps to digitize the world and put the digital world into the physical world. It helps manufacturers to eliminate cost errors and projects to be done in a very fast and easy manner in non-contact methods. And we give all the data processing, everything will be in under a very fast manner by using this technology. And coming to Faro, Faro was started in 1982 by Simon and Jar. First, they have introduced this technology in medical industry. Later, they have acquired this industry into civil construction in 1988. They entered a European market in 1998, and in 2002 and 2005, they introduced LiDAR scanners to the world. And these are the departments where Faro was divided into. Like, we have archaeology, architectural engineering and construction, AEC, and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, public safety, metallurgy, and reverse engineering. These are all the equipments which are coming under this 4 departments. I will explain each and every individual equipment. LiDAR surveying, based on the principle, it works on principle of light detection and tracking. When light emitted from the laser. It comes, hits the point, and get it reflected it back. It is calculated in time of flight, where you have XYZ coordinate for each and every point. It works on non-contact surveying method. We can collect millions of points in a few seconds. So here we are using the same terrestrial scanner in different types of LiDAR. Like we have aerial, mobile, and a terrestrial scanner, where terrestrial scanner can be placed in mobile mapping as well as in an aerial LiDAR system. So where the accuracies will be like density of points collected will be more for the traditional scanners what we are using. So Faro focus, actually the light is like laser LiDAR is emitted from the prism, and the prism is rotating in 300 degrees vertical, 360 horizontal, where it collects multiple points. Like it collects up to 1 million point per second, and it can collect everything in few minutes. We have settings to do scans in under 1 minute to 2 hours, which will be useful for archaeology and heritage structures, where we get where we require lot density of points. So these are all the models what we have. We have M series and S series. M series comes with 70 meters radius, and S series starts from 70 meters to 350 meters. Here, maximum range will be from 0.6 meter to 70 meter for M series, and maximum range will be from 0.6 meter to 350 meters for S series. The range error is plus or minus 3 mm accuracy for individual scan, and the range error for S series is plus or minus 1 mm accuracy. The overall weight of the instrument is 4 kg. It has a 165 megapixel camera, and it is IP class 54. Where the plus series comes with 2 million points, where the density of points will be more. So these are all the applications where it is used, like architectural and civil engineering. You can use in a transport for parking and automatic vehicles, and forest management of forest fires, management of parks and tourist industries, building information management, solar energy, environmental assessments, and forensic, forest, everything we can use it. So this is another scanner where we can use this as a mobile scanner, where we can place this in a cart with the help of Caro scan plan. We can directly move the cart and capture the data continuously with some anchor scans. And with the help of this laser scanning trick, this is actually from Boston Dynamics and Faro has collaborated, where we can scan the data in hazardous places, like if there is any radiation or any other places where the human cannot go. You can actually integrate the scanner with the Faro, integrate this with the Boston Dynamic robo, and we can control the robo and scan the whole area with the help of this robo. And this is a Faro Freestyle to handheld scanner. This is basically used for capturing the missed data from the LiDAR technology, like from terrestrial scanners. We can use this scanner and capture all the data, whatever is required. And mostly used in crime scene investigations and small interior designing and indoor sculpture scans and other things, where you can fill the missing data. And this can also be like, this is a ScanPlan 2D handheld mapper, where you can actually get a 2D mapping with the help of this equipment. You can install a ScanPlan app, connect your mobile and connect to this device, and just go through to get all the data, whatever you required in a 2D map. And when it comes to vintage laser trackers, these are the trackers where it is used for manufacturing industries, where you can capture, like calculate the accuracies of this instrument and placement of jigs and other things. And the Faro trackers and projectors are used for projecting the equipment wherever it has to be done, like welding or any new installation has to be done in shipbuilding or any other thing. This can be used for projecting the point, and we can actually weld that position. And when it comes to Faro gauge arm, and it is again micron level accuracy, where it is used in industrial and metallurgical departments, where you can get micron level accuracies. And this is Faro XR and XP and XS, where it has to be taken for different for getting all the data faster. Okay, sir. That's it, sir. That's the technology what I have today for your presentation.
Thank you, Samraja, for providing information about LiDAR updated technology regarding robot technology and crime mapping, all those things. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Right. Thank you, sir.
So we'll be having the next speaker on by Dr. Shaiju from pre-sales. Hello.
Sir.
Yeah. So next speaker is on Dr. Shaiju Krishnan. He's a pre-sales manager from ISRI. So Shailu, pre-sales manager from ISRI, he is experienced in geospatial industry over a decade. His experience in working with several state departments across South India and central organizations like NRSC and NIRD. He has a post-graduation in geography as well as geoinformatics and doctoral degree from the geography of Bharatadasan University, qualifying UGC and NET in geography. He served as assistant professor for a short period in Kannur University. Later, he involved in research as well as development in the more period of his career. He played a key role in the creating WebGIS portal, Government of Kerala, and the microrural information systems on soils of Kerala. So it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. Hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So good noon, one and all. On behalf of ISRI, I welcome you all to the pre-event of Second United Nations World Geospatial Information Congress, pre-event on Geo-enabling the Global Village. So as we speak about Geo-enabling the Global Village, it's the right topic in the right scenario. Location, it's emerging trend in the recent times, that is locational intelligence. So locational intelligence is the one prime activity of geo-enabling any of the spatial entities that is existing in the field, that is geographical entities. So spatial information is fundamental for any of the planning, decision making, or any of the development activities, which is inevitable in any of these activities. The foundation for spatial information is geo-enabling. So that is the core topic or core theme of this particular event. So which is very much relevant in the recent times. So as information technology advances, we need for digitalization of the spatial data is also increasing for the assimilation of spatial information into existing business process, enhancing overall understanding and comprehension of complex socio-economic environment for better results. So keeping all these consideration in notice and giving a brief note on this, nowadays world nations has understood the importance of geospatial technology and its potential for the sustainable development. That is our only goal as far as the United Nations is concerned, sustainable development, sustainability of the world. So with this, most of these world nations are actively engaged in this process of geo-enabling and is carried out at various scales from regional to national and national to global level. That we have seen in the previous resource persons and eminent persons from various organizations, how they have. Yes, sir.
Only first slide is visible, I think.
Yeah, it's a brief note. Let me go to my products.
Okay.
Yeah, so previous organization, eminent resource persons as mentioned in detail. So not extending much, let me go to my presentation with this perspective, how ISRI India is dedicated in geo-enabling the aspects of spatial information, how ISRI is enabling the geospatial technology advancements in geospatial technology with respect to ESRI. Let me introduce, with this respect, let me introduce my organization, ESRI. ESRI is a global organization which is, I believe there needs to be there need not to be much introduction about ESRI, which is familiar to most of the people who are in the industry. So even though it's a small view, it's 80 plus organization present in 130 plus countries and have a consumer 350,000 customers worldwide and 2,000 plus partners who serves in development of our products. So our presence in India, we are seen here in India since 1996, and we have recently celebrated Silver Jubilee. 25th years of presence in India, and we are located, distributed nationally at east, west, north, and irrespective of the direction, we distributed all over the country at 7 and 8 locations, spanning around 5,000 customers and serving in various disciplines irrespective of its domain. All disciplines where GIS or digital products have been engaged in utilizing or fulfilling their task or their objectives of their project or their activities, institutional needs. Irrespective of education, government, defense, security, urban, remote, all natural resource, all those organizations were deployed our own solutions and our own products to fulfill their task in the previous years, and it is in continuous process. And in near future and in future, there will be much developed and advanced technologies being coming, and it is been updated to all these departments. To give you a brief notice of what is being available within our industry is that we function as a gateway. So as all the eminent speakers was mentioning that we need a seamless integration of a technology which act as a bridge from lab to common man, or lab to the field, which is like their solution which provides connectivity, seamless connectivities, which is been done from with what is being created in the lab or what is being developed in the lab, and that needs to be brought to the common man. So ESRO functions in such a way which acts as a bridge with multiple components enabled in between to establish this particular functionality, taking from lab to field. And which those products are as generally generally can be concluded those components which comes in picture to fulfill this task is that desktop applications, an enterprise system, an online system, and develop applications, APIs. And to say about desktop application, we have desktop application, that is ArcGIS application. The advanced one is ArcGIS Pro, which has multiple desktop, which has multiple extensions with respect to the necessity or the usage of different uses, as mentioned before, irrespective of the domain, whichever domain it may be. There we have dedicated tools for each of the domains, either in defense, aviation, navy, maritime, or even disaster management, natural resource management, whatever aspect it may be, whichever domain it may be. As geospatial technology is been interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary domain. So the need of the dedicated tool for each discipline is important. So we have 1,000 plus or 1,500 plus geoprocessing tools dedicated for each and every disciplines, which can be dedicated for several domains and disciplines. That is also available in the form of extensions. So these dedicated tools are spatial analysis, and there are multiple extensions available within this desktop application, which fulfills which can be utilized as per the specific objective, specific utilization can be implemented. So it is like network analysis and geostatistical analysis, which is all existing for a long time. And the recent implementation, the image analysis extension, which gives you the full-fledged capability of processing the image, and which also comes with IA big data, which also comes with machine learning and artificial intelligence to detect the objects and to classify the images of the remote sensing data in such a way, and to extract information from the satellite data, and developing the database within the organization and for further processing and further decision making process. So which also comes with many number of indices which was already there in practice, like being from NDVA, PCA, whatever indices it may be. It also comes with image processing techniques in forms of band calculations. Depending upon the necessity, we apply the band calculations to extract information or identify the features from the remote sensing data. And as I said, we have to offer end-to-end solution. We have workflow manager, we have publisher and workflow manager and data reviewer, which facilitate the management perspective of data, how the data can be managed within the organization or outside the organization and within the community or among the community. And we also have dedicated tools for different areas, like as I mentioned before, aviation, topography, maritime, or bathymetry, wherever it may be, we have the applications, tools developed for it. And ArcGIS Enterprises solution, which offers which, as I mentioned earlier, which offers end-to-end solution, which is enterprise system, basically comes with the server and the portal. Server functions as bringing data, geospatial data from lab to the public domain, and the portal comes along with the geospatial enterprise system, which enables which facilitate people to manage the data, manage the workflow, manage the process, and data dissemination as well. And which has many extensions. As I told you, locational intelligence is a trending subject in trending activity in geospatial domain, advancing things. So Geo-event server is the one thing which extension of ArcGIS enterprise, which brings you the real-time information from the field at any location, anywhere, at any place. And which is also as extension with ArcGIS Online, that is notebook server, and our Geo-event server for ArcGIS Enterprise, and which also has image server to bring any set of raster data that is within your lab to bring to the public domain in the form of services, image services, and workflow manager for enterprise as well, and production and defense mapping as extensions available with enterprise. ArcGIS Online is something which comes as a software as a service. There is no deployment either in the on-premise. So it comes as a service, and you can use it in the format as a subscription basis. It also has multiple extensions and exclusively dedicated for geo apps. Geo apps is something which is lacking and most of places, and which also ISRI has come with a objective motto that low code, no code, which is initially required for any of the organization to disseminate the spatial information or bring it into the public domain. As Shalini Madam was mentioning in the very morning presentation, that need of bringing the geospatial data to the administrators and decision makers and to the common man as well instantly. So geo apps or applications available with the ArcGIS Online facilitated in such a way without any programming, which facilitate people to GIS professionals to bring the data online instantly. And this is a platform as an overview, and there are many other products associated with it. And as we say, till date, we had a view on knowing only the XY of any entity or XY features, what is being distributed in the terrain or in the geographic space. But right now, we have a product like ArcGIS GeoBeam, which is exclusively dedicated for geospatial data with a design and construction information, which is exclusively utilized for civil and construction activities, architecture activities. So which gives you the digital twin model of what is existing. Digital twin is another concept, geo-enabling the architectural design or the blueprints, architectural designs. So that is the concept of GeoBeam. So here comes the geo-enabling. Next comes ArcGIS Indo. ArcGIS Indos is something which is been ArcGIS Indo is something which is exclusively dedicated for the indoor mapping and indoor planning of any of these civil construction activity structures. And Windows and ISRI also includes massive ready to use contents like Living Atlas, which also comes with many of the satellite images, which is like exclusively dedicate Sentinel Explorer, Landsat Explorer. Of all the very beginning of the launch of Landsat, all the data are available within this service in the form of services, which you can utilize for any of the decision-making activities and process for instant mapping, understanding. And there are ArcGIS Hub is something the data dissemination platform, which is and story maps. ArcGIS Solutions is something else. All these comes as a data dissemination mechanism, data sharing process, which comes in the form of dashboards, story maps, ArcGIS Hub. And there are many other applications which each and everything has its own capabilities. So let us say Web App Builder is something which utilized to create a web application, or at the same time which functions in all three, which is in three forms. Exclusive for the browser, web browser, and mobile, and App Studio as well. And field operations, this is one primary important aspect which functions in both the ways, map centric and form centric mode. So map centric is something which functions utilizing the services that we published from the lab, and the form centric is something that utilizes which functions in the form of questionnaire form of thing. So any user with their respective objective, they can utilize their either of this application that is comes in different forms, that is field maps, survey 1, 2, 3. There are many applications, field applications, which functions in these operations. So though with respect to their need, they can choose the application which needs to be brought into the picture, whether it is form centric or the map centric application. And dashboards, as you know very well, how dashboard functions. It is interactive, dynamic, and dynamic dashboards which can be prepared utilizing all these services that we publish, that we develop inside in the lab to the public domain. It is the scenario has been changed. As we know that maybe decades before, everything was there in the form of hard copy, exists within the lab. Later, data being developed or digitized, or the geospatial data being digitized, and that is placed inside the lab or within their limited infrastructure. But the scenario has been changed. Technology has advanced. The moment that you develop something in your lab or the decision that you make inside the lab, it is being taken to the public domain instantly within fraction of minutes or fraction of moments by means of this kind of data dissemination mechanism, either by in the form of dashboards or web application or story maps or GeoHub or whatnot. All kinds of application can be utilized in such a way to bring this into public domain based on the necessity, or with respective, or it can be intra-organizational or inter-organizational or to the public as well, and socially interactive and feedback from the community as well. Feedback from the community, how they experience this information, how it is beneficial for us. It is two-way process, not only one way. Community can also interact with us. And to bring some give you some insights on how ISRI being utilized by several state organizations to fulfill their activities is like Rajdhara is one state GIS application where ISRI technology being exclusively utilized for fulfilling all their state needs. I'll just show you how it functions. So these are the multiple applications being developed by the government of Rajasthan with using the ISRI technology for fulfilling all their activities. Citizen portal, Devasthan GIS, DLC application, DMG, and all these applications, E-Mitra GIS, E-Gopalan GIS, even from livelihood to public to disaster management to education to everything, tourism to town planning and everything, even to natural resource management. For all the areas, irrespective of the domain, they have utilized ISRI technology to fulfill their objectives. So there are multiple applications developed which has multiple capabilities. Anyone can log into this application based on their registration, and you can explore this application, how it functions and how it functions, how it is been technology been utilized for data dissemination and data decision making process. As multiple application be seen by the seen in many places. So similarly, we have limited time, I cannot explain everything, but you can log in and you can explore this in detail as well. And sorry for that. And we have Meghalaya State GeoHub as well, similar to Rajdhara, where they have utilized ISRI components for its completion. I mean, for their state GIS activities. And there are to conclude or to come in precise, to mention in precise how this trend been changing in the geospatial technologies. There are drivers that will advance change in the geospatial information management in the upcoming years is that technological advancement, evolution of user requirement and legislative environment and industry structural shift. This is how the geospatial technological trend is going to happen in the upcoming or the recent years, which has been reported by United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. And way forward, ISRI functions, and it is not that technology providing, how this technology being utilized and what is the intention of this technology and how it is being utilized. The only objective of utilizing the technology is the sustainable development, sustainability, how we can achieve sustainability. So ISRI functions in providing sustainability in many ways. Any user at any location can use this technology for their planning, and how this being utilized as global scenario, how this sustainability decision-making process being happen at global scenario, at global scale using GIS technology. From SDG goal 1 to SDG goal 17, all these goals been applied over here, and the data been applied at global scale using this GIS technology decision-making and process. So you can see all those your SDG goals, how it is been distributed globally, and that is being bought in the form of story maps as we see. And there are multiple other applications as we see, sustainable and This ISRI also facilitates beginners or the existing users or the product users. They can utilize the technology. We provide the data and they can download the data from the open source environment, and then you can utilize the desktop application that is being available, and guidelines step by process for instant decision making, how sustainable indicators can be assessed or measured, and they can understand initially later before they go for implementing their own organizational needs. So this is how they can download the data and they can apply this logic inside in using the desktop application. And there are multiple other ways that not only that, learn by doing. That is what I mean to say. You learn by doing. That is how easily facilitates. Easily facilitate by providing the data, providing the technology, and providing the concept and step-by-step process to achieve sustainability. And along with which, ISRI also engage with international organizations to provide open data, where you can find the openly available data for doing any of these sustainable development activities. In the United Nations website, you will find this openly available data for all these sustainable activities. And you can also see, so ISRI has facilitated this by providing in the form of services, that is enterprise services. Let us say no poverty, data for no poverty. You can find it in the form of services, and you can download this data at any moment of time, anywhere, and you can utilize this data in your desktop application for any of the for initial understanding of the global scenario or the data with respect to any of the state that is available. So you can download it over here. It will be downloaded in the form of many forms, in the form of shapefile or KML or CSV or JSON or whatever the format that you want. It will be available in the form of services. And you can also see those nations contributing for open data. What are the nations being contributed? India being the largest nation, we can also be a nation. If we have the data with respect to the sustainable development, we can also contribute in the form of services utilizing this technology and we can be the part of global community or the global village by contributing geospatial data for decision making purpose and for the common men to have understanding and sustainable development of our nation. So way forward, Indo-ArcGIS is the one product that we have launched recently, which is dedicated for the Indian with an objective of Make in India, which comes with dedicated solutions for as far as Indian scenario is concerned, with all sorts of multiple thematic layers, thematic data, spatial data available for our country, which functions within our country, no external influence which will be happening over that, which is dedicated for our country with government customers as well, administrators and government customers as well. So thank you for kind listening and pace cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuji, for providing information about RGS. Apart from that, sharing your experiences regarding the application of different technologies and different geotechnology in the field of in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now go for the next speaker. It is Mr. Vilas Kulkarni of MapMy India. Vilas Kulkarni is Vice President of Geospatial Solutions, a part of Geo business team of MapMy India, and has more than 18 years of experience in geospatial industry. Vilas plays a program management as a technical advisory role in all geospatial solutions for government as well as private enterprises. It's over to you.
Thank you, sir. I'm just sharing my presentation here. Just let me know actually if you're able to see this. Okay, hope you're able to see this screen, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting MapMy India for talking in the second United Nations World Geospatial Information Congress. So my discussion will be around the key aspects of geo-enabling the global village today. So let me just quickly introduce our company. So we are MapMy India. So C Infosystems Private Limited, actually, C Infosystems Limited. We are actually Indian. We are one of the leading digital mapping and geospatial software location-based IoT deep technology company. and offering the proprietary digital map as a service. So actually we offer the map as a service. Actually, that's something which is a new kind of a word actually that we have coined, actually, because a lot of our users actually in the enterprises and the government, actually they use our map and data rather than actually like using the applications and all. Then we provide the software as a service. Actually, there are a lot of tools and the technologies actually around this map and data that actually we have collected over a period of time, over a period of 27 plus years. And the platform as a service, actually, that we also have some of the platforms that actually we provide for a lot of organizations to actually use our technologies, actually, along with our data to build their own use cases. So moving forward, so I just wanted to discuss a little more about actually the impact on the information highways. So the information highways has created a massive impact. So actually, as we already know, the internet users are up nearly almost like 4%, 825 million users in the Q4 of the last year. So that is basically bringing in a lot of users of the internet actually across the country, which has increased the usage of the mobile data, especially in the rural areas, actually, wherein we are going to establish the new markets actually for a lot of businesses actually. And we are witnessing a paradigm shift in the way actually the business processes run these days. So with the location context, like the location context is taking a center stage at this point of time. So wherein the businesses are actually having to understand more from the location context, where my market is, where my objects are, actually how they are responding, and using this data to create different kinds of insights actually for their business planning, or maybe in the government, actually they want to do the macro planning of their schemes. So there could be a lot of areas actually wherein the geospatial data comes into the picture. So one of the key aspects of enabling, the global village is creating data which can be made visible to the users actually across the country. So bringing it to the world map, wherein people can see the specialities of a particular place, what exactly it provides me, what it can offer me, and improve the economic conditions of each of these clusters, or the especially in the rural sector in the India. So let me go to the next slide. So how actually, this information highway is impacting the demand and supply equation. So what I understand is that especially in the rural sector actually, okay, so because of the impact of this internet usage and the mobile usage, so there are a lot of companies actually are finding the new markets actually, or the new new markets actually within the rural areas. So that is basically how the business planning is being done these days. The millions of consumers have been added to the demand side of the business through the penetration in the rural clusters. So when actually people use the internet at very regular basis, and they are having exposure to the world, actually they will know actually what is really available in the world actually. So that can be bring in a lot of business actually, and it can create the new markets actually for the businesses in India. And we are able to see emerging suppliers also. The rural sector actually, when it is basically when it is geo-enabled, actually a lot of information is being put on the social media and the e-commerce, actually there are specialities of a particular area. So wherein actually the markets, their products or their specialities are being exposed to the world. So how actually this is where the new suppliers are being created actually. So that is basically going to impact the rural economy in a big way. So as per the Niti Aayog's report, actually, there's 70% of the workforce in India lives in the rural areas and contribute up to 46% of the national income. That's something which is amazing. So so we still have a lot of potential in the rural areas, wherein actually we need a lot of exposure. And how this momentum can further be accentuated by geo-enabling the rural communities. So let's see that. So let me just discuss on the what is actually like that fuels the rural economy. So geo-enabling basically refers to making community clusters appear on the global map. So they have to come on the global map, wherein people or the businesses can actually see the potential of that particular village in terms of what kind of ecology and environment is there, which can be very feasible or very suitable for certain businesses or certain products or certain agricultural products. Okay, what is the meteorological conditions of the area, which can provide a specific specific like wheat or whatever actually, so that can have an impact on the rural economy, and the social and cultural aspects of that particular cluster or the village, and the economic condition, the present economic condition of that is whether the village is going to really support that kind of economic development or not, and the products, what are the kinds of products that can offer. Okay, so that somebody wants to actually set up an industry, or somebody wants to set up a agro processing or food processing unit actually near to certain clusters of the village. So he will be able to see all that information coming through the maps actually, and it will help him in kind of macro planning or macro ideas actually. So he can take out the ideas from those kinds of data that actually we can that can be provided through the geo-enabling. So each of the village or the cluster has a unique combination of resources for economic development actually. That's something which is going to be extremely important for the people to understand, that each village are actually in India, which is still unexplored. Okay, we still have a lot of potential actually in the rural sectors, so wherein we can actually grow the economy a lot, and which will definitely reduce a lot of pressure on the urban areas. So moving forward, so how the geo-enabling helps actually the administrators in macro planning, especially for the government schemes. So we have been hearing a lot of government schemes actually in the rural areas, especially like pushing, the government is pushing a lot of development in the rural areas, so that it can actually cater to the rural people, and also at the same time actually the economy in the rural sector can be improved. So the identification of the clusters is in need of better healthcare facilities, so that government can really plan those activities. So when we provide the data with the location context, so people can, the government, the administrator can really understand, so what kind of facilities or better facilities can be provided to this particular areas, or what is it lacking in. Okay, and what kind of transportation that needs to be provided here, and what is the level of education, where are the schools located. Okay, and also how many students from each of these clusters actually are reaching schools after traveling 10, 15, 20 kilometers actually. So wherein we can actually establish another school nearby to that particular area. So those kinds of decisions can be made by the government with the data actually that the geo-enabling of all this data actually. And there is a lot of data that is available with the government organizations actually, which can be used for this in combination with the geospatial data, and a lot of insights can be generated through this. And generation of employment opportunities in the rural areas through various government schemes by implementation of infrastructure development projects. So this can really create the job opportunities actually within the rural areas, wherein the government can really plan, okay, these are the areas where actually I need to improve the transportation network. So there are a lot of schemes actually like PM-GSY and all. So wherein we have seen that actually there's providing a lot of employment to the rural areas for actually construction of the roads and all. So those kinds of infrastructure development projects can be planned through this kind of data that's available in the geospatial domain. So geo-enabled dashboards to help government in monitoring schemes and implementations. I completely agree with the the previous presentation. The way actually we look at the projects or the implementation of the schemes today actually is not through the papers and all. Actually, it's more from a very broad perspective of actually what is really happening. So some of the examples actually taken here is a Jal Jeevan mission, actually wherein the states and UTs are planning in participatory rural water supply. So wherein actually a lot of geospatial data is required actually even for the kind of a macro planning, even initial level planning, actually they need to understand actually where the road network is, where these villages are located, what are the nearby water bodies wherein actually the data can be pumped in. So where we need to put up the facilities for cleaning the water and all. So all these kinds of planning can be done through the geospatial data. So let us look at the world view of the villages. I just talked about kind of like two aspects in the previous slides. Actually, one is making the village as a supply point, actually, okay, and the implementation of the government schemes which makes village more vibrant, or the rural clusters more vibrant. So we'll just go to the next level of it, actually, the world view of villages, actually, how the business will look at it, actually. Like the business is like the planning activities for private enterprises, could be healthcare sector, FMCG, retail. So because we have been actually providing a lot of data and analytics to these kinds of customers, actually, to penetrate into the villages, because these are the new markets. So what they feel is actually the presently, like the urban sectors are already saturated. Okay, we need to create new markets in the rural areas. So the macro level planning for business expansion or the market expansion requires a lot of location context data or the geospatial data, which will help them to understand the kind of potential that particular village has. Because when we are actually making certain investments actually in expanding my market, I need to really understand whether there is a business potential is there or not. Okay, now the best way to represent this data is through the maps. So when actually we provide the maps, actually the ready to use, ready to consume geospatial data, the MapMyIndia provides ready to consume geospatial data and the tools and technologies which helps in actually the logistics planning or simulation of all these things, actually, whether I will be able to really make, I will be able to build the business over this in these areas or not, actually. So, so the geospatial content, actually, a lot of business data actually is like used along with this geospatial content, and it will help in actually doing a lot of feasibility study for whether the business is actually going to be feasible there or not. So apart from this, actually, there's a lot of data available at the government. So it's a very potential data that we feel that actually, like, because we have been helping a lot of government agencies and government organizations to actually, use this data for the purpose of some analysis based on combining it with the spatial data. And they conduct a lot of economic surveys and the census data, which is basically available, which can help these businesses to actually, understand the potential of the villages in a better way. So let me just discuss on one particular case study that actually we have done for PHFI. PHFI has worked to establish a robust evidence base for public health. Actually, they work a lot actually in the public health domain. And the problem actually that they have is actually the delivery of the vaccines and medicines to the remote area, the remotest areas. Okay, so this basically came during the pandemic days, actually, when they wanted to really understand, actually, is there any alternate way of, providing these vaccines or medicines to the remote areas? So, so what is basically the problem? Actually, the problem is when we actually go into the remote areas, the connectivity is very low. Actually, there's no specific connectivity that's available, actually, or the roads are not well, or there is a tough terrain, actually, which will take a lot of time for transportation of the medicines. So the idea was to basically identify and assess the remote areas with the terrain, meteorological conditions, and the roads, because weather conditions also, play a very important role in the transportation of the medicines and all. So also actually, it helped to, we help them to actually simulate the scenarios through ready to consume geospatial data to study the feasibility. What will be the best alternate actually in those areas to actually, take the, transport the medicines. So we did this small study on actually the state of Manipur. So we used a lot of data which is available with us already, available with the MapMyIndia, like all the public health centers, primary health centers and secondary health centers. So that kind of data, then the terrain data, and also the road network actually, which is one of the important parameter actually in doing this study. So what we basically got, actually the results that we got is, so the areas actually that you see in green are actually, can be reached through the roads. Actually, there is no alternate transportation is not required there actually. And in the second picture, that what you see is actually there are certain areas actually where they are connected to the secondary road network, not so easy to reach, but actually can be reached within certain time. Okay, in the third one, actually, those are the areas wherein actually the reaching is almost impossible because with a very limited road connectivity and a very stiff terrain. So those areas, actually, they have been planning to use the drones to supply these medicines. Okay, that was basically a case study taken by them actually, and they just wanted to check the feasibility actually. Then the data which is basically for planning the actual routes actually for the drones to fly and where they have to reach, and from there actually which are the areas, nearby areas which can be served. So all these hubs and spokes kind of a scenario they were actually discussing with us, and we understand that actually the geospatial data in making such macro level planning or the feasibility studies actually is going to help a lot of other people so that they can take it forward. The additional data can be collected, additional data can be gathered from different sources actually and added to this to make it a final level study or a micro kind of a planning study also. So let me just discuss with you another case, actually, the case study, the IFCO case study. So this is a fertilizer cooperative, it's a cooperative organization for the fertilizers. So wherein actually a lot of, this is a very unique model wherein the IFCO operates through the member societies for the fertilizers and other agrochemical needs of the farmers. So in each of the village, and there are almost like 4 lakh to 5 lakh villages actually wherein they have established they are establishing their member societies through which actually they supply the fertilizers and the agrochemicals. So the organization, the IFCO was basically looking for some kind of a spatial tool wherein they will be able to monitor their activities of like how the inventory is actually there in most of these member societies, and then also actually which leads to the production planning, what kind of fertilizers are required at which particular season, and also like providing access to their sales force on the field to go and actually talk to these people and provide the inputs on the through the mobile application, which will be used as a parameters for analyzing. So also actually provides a lot of sales insights to the IFCO. So there are a lot of meteorological data like rainfall data is used actually for their forecasting. So what kind of sales can be seen actually in next 1 month or 1.5 months actually, depending on the rains. There could be the areas actually which doesn't see any rains actually, so the fertilizer consumption will be lesser because of the meteorological conditions. So those kinds of analysis they were made, and also in case of urgent need of any fertilizers in certain areas actually, so they could identify the nearest places where there is surplus fertilizers available and how it can be brought to the areas which are in need at that point of time. So the logistics planning through that actually, finding the routes actually how the vehicle can reach there, how much can be carried from which particular place. So all these kinds of analysis they are doing actually through this particular tool. So that's it actually. Just my concluding remarks. Actually, penetration of the internet and smartphones have great impact in rural economy and opened the markets for private enterprises to establish their presence. So that is basically what we discussed in the initial slides. So this has really this particular internet actually has played a big role, and is going to play a big role in the future as well. The geo-enabling will bring in more visibility to the villages clusters. So the economy has to be pushed. The rural economy has to be pushed. Actually, that's going to be extremely good for our country, and wherein actually we have to provide that kind of visibility to the villages. Actually, we need to bring in a lot of data related to the villages, the rural clusters, so that the economy can be pushed or economy can be accentuated. The ready-to-consume geospatial data, which MapMy India provides actually for along with the tools and technologies in macro-level planning for the government and private enterprises to establish their business or track their schemes or plan for their schemes and all. The open data policy of the government will add value to the geospatial analytics for better planning and implementation of the schemes. This is extremely important, because I have seen a lot of data actually in the government organizations, which can be combined with the geospatial data to provide excellent insights for anybody to actually plan their activities and monitor the implementation of the schemes. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much. I'll just press there.
Thank you, Kulkarni, for providing information about the rural development. Even every government nowadays is providing importance towards the rural, because since we have almost 68% of the population in rural only. So this I think due to development of this thing, so migration as well as urbanization may come down, and the economy will start growing from the rural development. Thank you for sharing your experiences regarding the health during the pandemic and those things, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions regarding this one? Any sessions? If you have any questions, we will have a discussion, has questions or 2 or 3 questions right now, or else we will close this session and then we will wind up the session right now, and then we will again, after having lunch, we'll come out 1:50. Do you have any questions? If you don't have any questions now, we will just wind up this session right now, and then we will start at 1:50. Please, I request all the officers to be there by 1:50. Log in at 1:50. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rana.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Is it audible? Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Sir. Good
Can I
afternoon, sir.
share the slide?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Is it visible?
No, sir, it's not visible.
It's not visible.
No, now it's visible, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir. Just I will introduce you. Hello. Welcome to the session now. So after we are having a session on education as well as research academia. So morning we had a sessions about the administrators, government administrators as well as the industries. Now we have a professor from Indian Institute of Science, Dr. T.V. Ramachandra. He holds a degree from PhD from Ecology and Environment in IASC, presently working as a coordinator of Energy and Wetlands Research Group. So he is a convener of Environmental Information System. Apart from the Center for Ecological Sciences, he has almost 20 years of experience, and he was a member of so many organizations of Government of Karnataka. He was a member of Karnataka State Audit Advisory Committee, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board Technical Committee, Karnataka State Level Environment Expert Appraisal Committee, and Western Ghats Task Force. He has awarded so many awards. Few of them are Parisara Award, Citizen Extra Award, Energy Engineer, Satish Dhawan Award, Asia Subcontinent Region Energy Engineer, Fellowship from Electrical Engineers. So his area of interest is aquatic ecosystems, biodiversity, ecological modeling, Western Ghats ecology, and renewable energy. He has published more than 238 research papers, and then he has published 49 chapters in books, and then 222 individual 222 conferences and workshops. He has guided 8 doctoral degrees. So I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Today I'll be talking about how we can take the advantage of the advancement in the geoinformatics for prudent governance and also to ensure the environmental sustainability. So now let us try to understand what is sustainability or sustainable development. If you can ensure clean air, water, and environment to the next generation, I would say your development is a sustainable. And such development will have a minimal disaster. There would be security, survival. Okay, for that, one has to do the responsible decision making. That is where the geo-enabling helps in the process. Now, let me take to a couple of case studies. First, I will discuss about Western Ghats and how the geoinformatics was helpful in identifying the ecologically sensitive area. Then I will take you to some of the case studies, the water as well as the energy sector. Then I'll bring you to Bangalore, show the urbanization process. And then finally, I will talk about the global village also. Okay. Now with this, when you look at the Western Ghats, it extends from Kerala to the Gujarat. It's about, the area is about 5% of the India geographical area. And if you look at the Western Ghats, the latitudinal gradient, it is from 8 to 22 degree latitude. And the number of species that occur in the region, if you look at 8 to 14 degree, are the highest number of species, which means this region is rich in diversity. When it is rich in diversity, it also merits the conservation, because the rich diversity ensures the diverse food and diverse medicine. Now, to manage such a fragile ecosystem, you need to have the ecosystem approach. That is where you have to maintain the physical and chemical integrity. Then only you can ensure the biological integrity. For that, the maintaining the ecosystem integrity is called an ecosystem approach. Now, let us see how the geoinformatics help in this process. The geoinformatics with the temporal remote sensing data, you can visualize what changes have happened so far. That is what we have done from 1970 to today. And also we have looked at how the forests are getting fragmented, the fragmentation analysis we have done. When you do this analysis, you will come to know that the Western Ghats has only the evergreen forest covers only the 5% of the total the spatial extent. And also if you look at the carbon that is stored in the Western Ghats, it amounts to 1.3 million gigagram. Or in terms of the financial, this one, it is about 100 billion rupees or $1.4 billion. Now, what would be the situation in 2033? If you want to visualize using this temporal data, you can predict it. That's what we have done with the simulation. And this shows that there will be the further degradation of the forest. That means there will be implication on the environment. Now, what are the changes in the environment? We have tried to visualize that there would be changes in temperature with the increase in temperature. Then there would be changes in rainfall pattern.
Some regions will receive very high rainfall, erratic rainfall, and some region will not receive the rain. And another interesting thing which has come out of our study is the changes in rainy days. That means number of rainy days, which are supposed to be 4 months or 6 months, now it will become the 3 or 4 days. With the 3 or 4 days high intensity rainfall, the region will undergo face the problem of floods and droughts. Okay. Then to identify the ecologically sensitive areas in the Western Ghats, we have taken advantage of the spatial analysis. We have looked at the data and we have looked at the land use, land cover. As I said earlier, we have looked at the fragmentation, etc. We compiled the other the attribute information like the ecology, geoclimatic, etc. Then based on that, we have prioritized the region which are ecologically sensitive. So what we have done is we have divided the entire Western Ghats into 5 minutes by 5 minutes grid or 9 kilometer by 9 kilometer. We have compiled all these variables, what I have talked earlier, for each grid. Based on that, and we have assigned the weight to each the variable. Based on the aggregate score, we have prioritized the region which are ecologically sensitive, region 1, 2, 3, or 4. So with this, you will come to know which region is ecologically sensitive and what kind of the conservation is required. Now with this, I will take you to the case study of the water. See, if this is a Sharavati River Basin, how the land use or land cover changes will deprive the land, the water, we will try to understand. This is a picture of a region in Sharavati Basin in 1991 when I was a student. And today the same location, in the same month, I do not have the water. Now, this could be because of the changes in the land cover. To understand that, I will take you to the basin and make the detailed study. The Sharavati the river originates at Ambutirtha in Shivamogga, traverses 128 kilometers, joins the ocean. And we constructed a dam way back in 1965. If you want to see the construction of a dam, how it has affected the region, just take the rainfall data, divide that rainfall data into 2 time period and analyze. The rainfall data for the last 120 years is available. You divide that into 1901 to 1964 and 1965 to today. When you see that during 1901 to 1964, the entire region was receiving the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500, while the 1964 to 65 to 2020, if you look at, this region started receiving the rainfall of 1,700 to 1,900, while this region continued to receive the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500 millimeter. What could be the reason? If you want to try to understand, look at the land cover of the region using the remote sensing data. You see wherever the forests are there, rainfall remains the same. Wherever the forests are degraded, rainfall has declined. And also this region receives the orographic precipitation and the entire region is the rain catching region. There is no rain shadow region. So that means despite being the similar region and the same kind of rainfall, there is a decline in the rainfall. To understand this, what we have done is we have divided this region into sub-basin based on the tributary. These are the tributaries on the western side. These are the tributaries on the eastern side. Now in each tributary basin, let us look at what is the forest cover and what is the rainfall. You see on the eastern side, forest cover is 30%, rainfall is 1,776. Forest cover is 41%, rainfall is 1,750. Or on the western side, you see the forest cover is 65%, rainfall is 4,800. Or the forest cover is 60%, rainfall is 4,400, which shows that there is a linkage between the forest and the rainfall pattern in the region. Now, to understand how long the water is available and how much water is available, we monitored the select streams in each of the sub-basins for 36 months to take into account the variability across the season as well as across the year. Based on that, the long-term monitoring, we have graded the streams as ABCD. Here, the stream carry the water for 12 months. B are the stream carry the water for 8 months. C are the streams carry the water for the 6 months. And D are the one carry the water for 4 months. Now, when you look at the A type of streams, the streams are A type. That means carry the water 12 months, provided its catchment or the watershed area have the vegetation cover more than 60%, that too of native species. When we convert the forest into the monoculture plantation or fragment the forest, we will have either B or C. That means either 8 or 6 months of water. When we degrade the catchment less than 30% green cover, you will have the water in the stream only during the monsoon. Now, to understand that, let us look at how we did the experiment. We deployed the sensors in the underlying layers. We quantified how much water get into the underlying layer during the monsoon and how much water flows laterally. See, when the catchment has a native species, Because native species are diverse, the roots are diverse. When the roots are diverse, the microorganism in the soil is also diverse. When the soil microorganisms are abundant and diverse, they make the soil porous or permeable. When it is porous or permeable, it allows the water to percolate. It fills this zone. This is the groundwater. Then it fills this vado zone. Then only you see a water flowing in the stream or a river. Then after the monsoon, the water that is stored in the vado zone moves laterally, and that's how you have the water for the next 4 months. During the summer, the water that is stored in the saturated zone moves laterally. That's how you have the base flow for the next 4 months. Now, we also have quantified how much water goes to the underlying layer. It shows that 50 to 60% of the rainfall goes to the underlying layer. And wherever the forests are not there, there is not much infiltration. Then we have looked at what is the societal demand in the form of agriculture requirement, horticulture, the fish, etc. And you see that wherever forests are there, since there is the 60 to 65% infiltration, there is a sufficient water available, and the demand is also higher in the region. It meets the demand. That means there is a surplus water in this region. Here in this region, you see that there is a scarcity of water. So the demand is higher than the water availability. Now, to summarize what I said so far, this is the region where the water is available 12 months. This is where 8 months. This yellow are the one where 6 months, and this is 4 months. Now, if you look at the vegetation cover, where the forests are native vegetation of contiguous forest, you have 12 months water in the stream. Wherever we have fragmented a forest with a monoculture plantation or degraded the forest, depending on the level of degradation, you have 8 or 6 months of water. Where we have degraded the catchment less than 30% green cover, you have the water only during the monsoon, that is 4 months. Now, this also gets reflected in the livelihood of the farmers. Our study shows the farmers in this region, if they are earning 1,54,000 rupees per acre per year, the farmers in this region earn only 32,000 rupees per acre per year. That is mainly because the farmers in this region can grow the cash crop or a multiple crop because the water is available 12 months. Whereas here, since the water is available only for 4 to 6 months, they can grow only one crop. Another interesting fact is that the biodiversity in this region, because of the presence of pollinators, which are diverse and are abundant, the pollination is efficient. Because of the efficient pollination, the yield of the crop is higher than the yield in the crop here. For example, the paddy, the yield is about the 12 to 14 quintal per acre compared to the paddy yield of about 8 to 9 quintal in this region. This we have published in the Current Science in 2020. Those who are interested can download this article. Okay, then the energy sector, if you look at, we have taken the advantage of geoinformatics and also the data that is available. So we have assessed what is the solar energy, the wind, then the bioenergy in the region, and the scope for implementing solar energy in the barren area, etc. We have looked at the bioenergy at the village level. We have done at the same time, we have done the demand assessment, taken the ratio. This gives the supply to demand ratio. This gives an idea to the decision maker, which are the villages there is a scarcity of resources, which are the villages there is a required amount of biomass is available or the bioenergy is available. So this gives the biogas at the village level, and these are the villages where the red ones are the one where the abundant the potential is available, where it can meet the 60% of the domestic energy requirement. This kind of analysis helps in implementing the dissemination program of the energy efficient the biogas the devices in this region where the resources are available. So then at the country level also we have done the analysis. This gives the hotspots of solar energy, this gives the wind energy, and at the village level we have developed the decision support system so that the people can they take a decision on kind of the resources are available. And also we have given the smart grid, the microgrid for the meeting the local energy requirement. Okay, now with that I will bring you to the Bangalore. So as you know, the Bangalore is about 740 square kilometers. If you look at the topography of Bangalore, it has an interconnected lake. There are about 194 lakes in Bangalore now. Most of the lakes are the interconnectivity is lost, and these are the lakes that are there currently in Bangalore. Okay. Now, if you want to see how we have lost the lakes in Bangalore in about 200 years back, if you see that there are 1,452 lakes were there in Bangalore. Today, it's about 193 lakes are there. Now, if you want to see that how the land cover has changed after 1973, say 1973, the Bangalore topography, the spatial, this one has a 68% green cover, while 7% is building in a red color. Blue is a water body, yellow is an open space. That's where the city was known as a garden city. In 92, with the industries coming up in Pune and Koramangala, you see the changes in land use. Then in 2000, with the ITBT sector coming up in the outskirts, you see changes happening in the outskirts. Then intensification has happened 2009. Now, where if you want to see what is the situation in 2025, you can visualize it. For that, we have divided the region into 4 zones, 1 kilometer concentric circle. In each circle, we have looked at what is the kind of the changes that has happened. This is in 1990, then 2000, like this, we have captured the agents of change and the behavior of the agent. With that, we have predicted what is the likely scenario in 2025. It is 98% of the Bangalore would be concretized, which is not acceptable. See, if you look at the way the changes have happened in the last 4 decades, there has been a 1055% increase in a concrete area. We have lost 88% vegetation and 79% of the water body. This gives the where all we have lost the water body, and wherever the water body is there, groundwater is available at 80 to 100 feet, whereas when people remove the lake, the groundwater table has gone down to 600 feet. Now, if you want to see the number of trees that are there in the city, we have done the ground-based survey using the GPS and also linked with the remote sensing data. With that, we have quantified for the entire Bangalore using a high spatial resolution data. And our study shows that there is a 1.5 million trees for a population of 9.5 million. That means for every 7%, one tree is there. The implication of loss of trees and this one is the changes in the temperature, which you can analyze using a thermal sensor. What was 21 degree in 90s has become 28 degrees in 2000 and 31 degrees in the 2010, and today is about 38 degrees. Now, when you look at from the center of the city, we moved in 8 direction, and we have noted down the temperature profile. Wherever lakes and the parks are there, the temperature is 2 degrees lower. That shows or illustrates how the vegetation and water body acts as a heat sink. Then the recent work, what we have done is the natural capital accounting and valuation of the ecosystem services for the entire Karnataka state. We have looked at what is the spatial extent of Karnataka, what is the condition of the ecosystem, and then what is the kind of the goods and services provided by the ecosystem. This gives the spatial extent of the Karnataka, how the forests have changed with the time. You can analyze, visualize that. Then what is the condition of the ecosystem, how the fragmentation has happened, what is the implication of that, we have analyzed as a part of this project. Then we have done the valuation of the services provided by the ecosystem. See, you get a provisioning services, regulating services, and cultural services. So we have quantified at the district level for the entire Karnataka state in a matter of 1 year's time. So we have seen that in 2005 and 2019, how the things have changed. If you look at total supply, ecosystem supply value, which is 2,894 billion rupee per year in 2005, it has become 1,835 billion rupee per year in the 2019. This is mainly because of the degradation of the forest ecosystem in Karnataka. Then we have tried to visualize what is the likely scenario. These are the 5 scenarios we have looked at: the business as usual scenario, agent-based scenario, reserve forest protection and afforestation scenario, and the sustainable development scenario. So in 2033, under this scenario, how the things will change, we have tried to visualize, and what is the likely the services, goods and services with this scenario in 2033, we have tried to visualize at to 2019 price. So if you see that 2019, if the worth of the forest is 1,835 billion rupees per year. So with the SDP scenario in 2033, the 1658, we suggest the government that to adopt the SDP scenario. That means that to do the reserve forest protection and also the afforestation of the degraded patches to sustain the ecosystem services in the region. Now, we have also come up with the smart village concept at the village level. So how to take advantage of geoinformatics so that prudently you can manage the land, water, and energy and human power also. So then our strength is we also do the capacity building. We have the regular training program for the children that teach about the geoinformatics and the issues related to the environment. We also offer courses on environmental management wherein we teach the geoinformatics concepts also. And we organize a symposium popularly known as a Lake Symposium once in 2 years. We have conducted 12 events. The uniqueness of this event is the participation by the school and college students along with the international experts. So that's how the capacity building happens. We catch the youngsters when they are young. So now this gives the glimpse of the youngsters who do the experiment, which in all the spatial analysis, they do the quantification of the carbon in the forest or the lake catchment mapping and the water quality assessment. And also the children who are in the rural area, they do the documentation of biodiversity in their village. So the people who are interested in our work and research, my talks are available in YouTube, and these are the portal where my publications are available. When you access the portal, it looks like this. All our publications are available. So that means with the geoinformatics, we have shown the success model. For information, the natural capital accounting, what I did for the Karnataka, we were supposed to do for 10 districts in Karnataka. because the data was available in Karnataka, we could do it for the entire Karnataka state. So that becomes the model. So to summarize what I said so far, when you look at the country landscape, 65% are youth, and we have abundant solar energy. We have electricity because of solar. And now my students are working on biofuel from algae, which will give the liquid fuel. If you harvest all these three, you will have a sustainability and environmental stability also. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. These are the youngsters who work with us. Because of their good work, there is a smile on everybody's face. Thank you very much.
Anyone have any questions? Do you have questions, please? No? Please raise your hands if you have any questions. Okay, I think no question. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing your experiences regarding the GS and on water management as well as conservation of resources. Sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. So we'll go for the next speaker. So our next speaker is Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi. He's a professor and chairman of Department of Geography and Geoinformatics from University of Bangalore. So he specialized in urban geography, remote sensing, application of GS and GPS, regional planning and development, environment geography. So he has done 5 major projects. It's on modeling Rishabhati Valley, Bangalore metropolitan region sustainable development using remote sensing and GIS, and then land use and ward mapping of Shigaon town using GIS, GPS, and remote sensing. These research are funded by UGC, ISRO, and Bangalore University. Yeah, he has a lot of awards. Only few of them are graduated. Australian Invader Executive Awards by the Australian government, INSA Visiting Fellowship, New Delhi, Karnataka, Shrestha Ratna, and so the other awards. So he was a member of so many administrative as well as academic committees. Karnataka State Water Policy, peer team review committees, IIRS committee, outreach state program, and board of studies for many universities. He has guided 11 students for doctoral degree and then visited more than 20 countries. He has written articles more than 100 research paper, magazines, and journals. Sir, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me straightway talk. Thank you for inviting me to interact with this gathering. And I have not chosen any kind of talk, but I will rather highlight some kind of activities that the Department of Geography is involved with. That too, geospatial technologies. As you know, the geography is one of the earth science subject which connects the straightway to the soil, water, air, forest, and people. And all these are directly connected and better explained with geospatial technologies like remote sensing, GIS, GPS, and many other cartographic techniques. But here, through the study of the atmosphere, oceans, rivers, lakes, ice sheets, glaciers, volcanoes, and earthquakes, geography aims to understand how these systems functioning today, how they operated in the past, and to predict how they may behave in the future. The study of geography covers how living things interact with the earth through the natural resources we use and how water and ecosystems are interacted. The overall aim of the geography is to pave the way for sustainable development, and it acts as one of the discipline uh, uh, as a science discipline to understand the
the whole Earth system functioning. And geography is fundamental for everyone. One person from the Earth which is living on the Earth's surface, he has to interact with the geographical study, because which can nourish and enrich the whole lifetime of learning. Geography presents the relationship between man and environment, land, water, air, and biome, and provide resources to human and animal population. This interaction is studied by geographers. Geography plays a vital role in understanding about the dimensions of the Earth properties, its features, and their distribution patterns over the Earth. Any nation's progress and prosperity is linked with the geographical setting that a nation, and optimal utilization of same for natural resources distributed over it. And hence, this geography is interconnected with the geospatial technologies. Here, technology plays a major role, that to remote sensing and GIS. So in each and every compartment, the geography uses remote sensing and GIS. Geography challenges students with the real world issues from the local to the global. The subject is rich in multimodal information and communication skills, and can induct students into geographic information systems, industry that underpins almost all human activities in the modern world. Geography plays a major role in education. Students, like, they involve in collecting information through maps, satellite imageries, and spreadsheets from their fieldwork, and they analyze the geographic data and understand relationships across time and space. Geographic investigations are often value laden and involve critical thinking skills. The students study geography to understand the earth changing scientifically and analytically. This captures the heart of spatial thinking, inquiry, and problem-based learning, but also empowers the students to become decision makers to make a difference in the changing world. Geography is a need-based subject, and this involves collecting a lot of information. Most of the information is linked with spatial information, that to land, air, water, vegetation, and all that. Even the geographical skills are most important for geographers, and the students coming to opt geography in the department has to have a knowledge of these geographical skills with these geospatial technologies that helps him more to become more analytical and technical and great teacher and researcher. Geography, as it has a few compartment, very good compartment, like physical geography. We have one side, and we have human geography, we have biogeography, and technical geography. Technical geography is very essential here, wherein we focus more on geospatial technologies, wherein the students and researchers, they expose to field work knowledge. They learn how to observe in the field area. They learn use of tools to measure geographical features. This encourages them to imagine possible features, how they are distributed, how they are interacting on the Earth surface, how they are making the system, subsystems, and making a whole Earth system to operate. And this connects the students to directly to the real world. They realize how this world is existed, and how the ecological functions, the geological functions, the environmental, the processes are operating perfectly without disturbing each other. The technology makes them to understand the man and environmental relationship, how it should be, how it should go in a sustainable way. The geography plays a major role through these geospatial technologies. This helps them to understand physical features also, and cultural features, how they are interacting. This thinking helps to understand the interconnected air, water, and all the geographical phenomena. Hence, geography enables students to understand the world from local to global and make wise decision about the planet and its resources and becomes critical thinkers. Geography addresses the key issues of energy, water, biodiversity, climate, natural hazards, population, and much more. Fieldwork is useful way for developing practical skills and gaining hands-on experiences. Field-oriented work in geography equips students to gather field notes, take photos, landscape features, use digital instruments to collect the data at a benchmark for location, at height, report local water levels at surface and ground, record the type and amount of debris on beach, lakes, water bodies, and river sites, collect water quality data and spot dangerous zones through these geospatial technologies. All this, the spatial data and non-spatial data, they make very good database. The DG connecting to the spreadsheet and analyze this through geospatial technologies, so that the information becomes available for each and everyone. Geography is directly connected with the natural resource management. The resources, water resources that they have on the surface and ground, the soil resources that are distributed, their information, how their biodiversity, soil biodiversity, soil ecosystem, soil erosion, soil conservation, and soil potential zones, understanding all these, and forest resources, the carbon, their deforestation, wildlife, and afforestation, deforestation, all these programs are well studied through geospatial technologies, especially the fuel resources that are distributed. This, makes like some radar sat and micro level remote sensing will give exact spots where fuel resources are distributed, how these resources are to be used optimal way, and how these resources can be made available in future in a sustainable way. Even animal resources, livestock production, and marine resources can be studied through the geospatial technologies. And these days, the geography is more focused on alternative energy resources, since we have facing acute climate change, global warming, and we have already felt that, and hence geography is more focusing on soil, solar energy, wind energy, tidal energies, hydro energy, geothermal energies, and using the technologies, they are preparing a lot of the value-added information to make available for a planning body to take very good decisions. And geography is more focused on even SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, by the designed by United Nations. Especially, it is directly connected with the SDGs like good health and well-being, life below water, life on land, climate action, sustainable communities, and affordable and clean energy, clean water and sanitation, and quality education. All these are directly connected through geography to whole world. Hence, these are well studied, like weather analysis, climate change, clean water, sanitations are being studied by geographer through geospatial technologies. Recently, geography has, especially in the Department of Geography, Bangalore University, we have introduced MSc GIS a couple of years back. Geoinformatics has been established in the year 2005. Since then, we have been studying a lot of geospatial applications in many areas. At the same time, we have started NDM, Natural Disaster Management, wherein geospatial technology plays a pivot role to understand the disaster reductions, disaster preparedness, disaster mitigations, all are well studied through these technologies. Even global initiatives, geography and geospatial technologies are directly linked with, that is food security, soil conservation, environmental protection, disaster risk reduction, deforestation, preservation of biodiversity, water management. The global initiatives, local initiatives, national initiatives are well connected with geography, because we have designed a very good curricula, the courses that we have under a geography umbrella. They are with fundamental soil resources, geoinformatics for water resource management, geoinformatics for managing forestry. All these things we have included. And apart from that, we are involved in capacity building programs through DST, through UGC and ISRO, Karnataka State, the science and technology. They are funding to teach and make students, teachers, researchers about geospatial technologies. We are making them more and more active to participate and get trained, and they go back and they involve in using these kind of technologies. The main aim of this department in Bangalore University is to diffuse these technologies to make even villagers, students, village teachers to involve and study more and more geospatial technologies, remote sensing imageries. They extract the information from the image and make more and more scientific investigation and involved in field-oriented activities. I think we have integrated programs. Very recently, under National Education Policy 2020, the UG and PG, that is 3 years plus 2 years programs, 5 years integrated programs we have established, wherein GIS and remote sensing is more focused because these days students are getting more and more opportunities, not only from government established departments, even MNCs, multinational companies are providing very good opportunities for the students. In that connection, we have integrated not only PG and UG, we have also integrated the earth science programs like geology, geography, environmental science, and alongside this we have included geospatial technologies and NDM, natural disaster management, and cartography. So technological amalgamation, as well as the programs in science streams, the amalgamation. In total, it is becoming interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary natures, wherein value-added courses and discipline-specific courses, discipline-specific elective courses, and skill-based courses, ability enhancement courses, along with all these geospatial technologies are totally integrated to make a student to understand and come out with more skills, more skill-based technical person to address the issues that are existed in the open environment, in open society, especially in urban areas, rural areas, in the villages, in the agriculture sector, forest areas, and even the energy sector also. In this direction, Department of Geography is doing well, especially in the technologies, geospatial technologies. I'm very happy to say that our department is one of the leading departments in South India, which is taking a major role in the geospatial technologies. With this, thank you very much for inviting me to talk and interact with you. Over to the organizers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. Sir, thank you for providing much information about the GIS as well as the application of GIS in different fields, that is in agriculture, energy, and other related things. So, if you have any questions, please can you raise your hands? Any questions regarding the application of GIS and remote sensing? I think we don't have any questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
So we'll go for the next session. That is by Suresh Lamani, Program Coordinator, Department Geoinformatics, Karnataka State Rural Development, Panchayat Raj University, Gadag.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Mr. Suraj Lamane, who is a faculty and program coordinator for the Department of Geoinformatics at Karnataka State Rural Development Panchayat Raj University, Gadag. Earlier to this, he was working in a GS project as a GS project assistant in Sujala third phase project in Horticulture University, Bidar. And then he was working as a remote sensing and application center in Hyderabad and the National Center for Arctic Ocean Research, Goa. So I welcome Mr. Lamani, who is having almost 5 to 10 research publications, and then he has done masters in geography and then MTech in Bharati Dasan University in masters in geospatial and geospatial technology. So I welcome Mr. Suresh Lamani.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. So which is giving me to talk. Yes, yes, sir. Sir, I'm audible, sir. Hello. 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 Sir, I'm audible. Hello.
Hello, Suresh Lamani.
Yes, sir.
Over to you.
Hello. Hello, sir. I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Yeah, first I would like to thank KSCST for this opportunity to share a few words on this the geo-enabling the global village. So in this context, what I would like to say a few words on this geospatial technology. Geospatial technology, one such technology that will acquire the information of the Earth's surface, not only the surface, in fact, all geographical related information, and which can be facilitated. There are several issues which we are addressing for our day-to-day life. Okay, so which is related to the weather, so which is related to the agriculture, water, land use, land cover, education. Similarly, there are several applications which we are addressing. One among that, the rural development applications. So which is very important to addressing the rural problems nowadays. In fact, most of the cities having the good facilities and good potential resources also. Even then, our villages having a good enough resources, but there is a lack of knowledge and the lack of informations where we are not gathering the proper informations. So that is why the reasons. So in the year 2020, the government of India has initiated Samitwa scheme. Maybe most of you are aware about it. So through that, so we are gathering the information of the village into up to the 15 centimeter of the data of a drone imageries, which are potentially help us to creation of the new village boundaries. Through that, we can facilitate the many farmers are various stakeholders who can take the directly benefit from the government schemes such as bank loans, insurance, crop damage claims, or any kind of hazardous maybe happen in that village or a panchayat, who are benefited from the such scheme. And the forward I can say about it, the revenue departments, so who are lacking into the to know the actual boundary of the farmers nowadays. That is also one of the conflict between happen the farmers government always. So that is one of the major issues which we are addressing through this geospatial technology, because this technology has the vast area. This is number one. Number two is comes to the LBS, location based service, which is connecting world, not only connecting world, which is connecting even villages also nowadays. Even then, we are all well known to that Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, and Zomato, and what is that we called it as or Uber, Ola. So all these location based service which are connecting now. Now our villagers, now they are able to sell their products in other places also, in other markets, in international markets. So in the international markets also. So this is how could happens because of the GPS technology, which enables world through the location-based services. So in fact, most of who are living in Bangalore, they may be using in their day-to-day life. But when we come to the villages, there are several communities who are depending on the daily wages, and of course their agriculture practices. Of course, there are community which are working based on the what is that we can say SCGs. There are self-help groups which are producing. There are different types of products. Even those products which are coming into the market, we need a technology to how we can bring those products to the market. How that potentiality we have to create in the villages through the network, what we call geospatial technology network, which can be facilitated. Not only that, not only just like a network, also we can calculate time, the consumption, what is the cost benefits we can save from the for the purpose of it. So all that address, there are the small address we can solve through this technology, because as I said earlier, this technology has a vast the field. Okay, there is no such existence. Even we can use for the land holding capacity, what we call each and every parcel of the land we can measure. Not only that, even we can measure there are several parameters which are influencing on a land. If I say soil, what is the characteristic of the soil, also we can come to know that through a wonderful information, that too the graphical representation in the form of map. So this is what we can exactly come to the one aspect. Then there is another aspect which is very important, that is called as e-governance. So earlier in our government, so we have only MIS. That is MIS nothing but Management Information System. Nowadays we have MIS and GIS. So this combination creating in our India, that to be not only we are getting the attribute information nowadays, even also we are taking the place or the location information, which helps to facilitate. There are several schemes, not only the farmers, also beneficiaries, like those who don't have the house, we can provide them housing scheme. Okay, and those who are exactly working on the SHG schemes, we can facilitate them the lease land through the government. Or also we can also call it as what is that, reforestations, afforestations also we can do, and soil and water conservation kind of practices also we can do. So this kind of initiatives we can do through this. And one more important thing is the effective and transparent administrative work. So whereas in earlier what was happened, we are all the evidence as well as the noticed it also. So in the government, what happens earlier, we used to see only the documentation. Nowadays it is not like that. We are all dependent on what the location where that particular scheme has existing and where it has implemented in the villages, especially villages, because how assets are improvising in the village areas. What are the existing assets we have in the village, and what strategies we have to take to implementation of the potential assets we require for the village areas. So this is also one of the important issues we have to addressing through the geospatial technology, because which helps, which enables not only just information, also location based information. That location is tells how, what, and what is the condition of that locations also will come to know. The one location has provided the many informations, that could be water, forest, land, settlement, or any kind of information which is existing in that particular locations. Okay, this is one thing what I'm talking about, e-governance services. E-governance means we are translating all the land information into the digital, that we can call it as digitization of the informations. So this digitization of the information which enables, there are several stakeholders. One among that we can take our government, like in KGIS we have Karnataka Geographical Information System. They have digitized, there are several information from the ground, and those ground informations really help us in order to take the appropriate decision making and planning implementation through the involvement of the public participation. We can say the people participation involvement also enables this kind of informations where and how we can implement in a ground. So in the ground. So this is what very important thing. So when we talk about this geo-enabling villages, because these villages nowadays they have their own database, just not only just database, GIS database. So that GIS based database will be help us, even any layman or a common man who do not know the any information, when he see the map or a data, he could able to recognize that what information is there within the village and what are the potential resources we are generating from the villages. So that could be give the vast information about that village or a panchayat, so that any such implementation can be taken in the further or a futures. So that kind of information we could use, because most of the villages we have one or other potential resources, but we don't know how to utilize them in a proper manner. So this GIS, what we call geography, if you want to address the geographical problem, we must know the how technology can be sustaining those informations. That means how we can sustainably taking into the so in the manner of start various action plans. So that is how now we are implementing MG-NREGA, NRLM, Sarva Shikshana Abhiyana, then IWMP scheme. So there are several schemes which are addressing one or other problems of the village areas. And there are one more important scheme has implementing so in India now it is JGM, Jal Jeevan Mission. That means Har Ghar Ko Pani. In now the government of India also initiated what in every home should have the water facilities, the tap water facilities. Now this kind of the issues what we are brought out the challenges from the villages, which villages having a lot of scarcity of the water, scarcity of the land, and the vegetations cover. So all that such things we can able to address. That too parcel wise information, that is very important, because when we talk about information, that is not sufficient. When we talk about the parcel wise information, it has the worth of several information, so which we can help the farmer directly. Okay, and there are other than technology we are already using what I'm talking about, weather conditions. So what is the weather condition of the particular areas also we can compute nowadays. And that is how we have very good institute in Karnataka, that is Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center, which is also doing extremely good job. They are monitoring in Karnataka's each and every station and location wise rainfall station that, through the automated telemetric station data. So that is also one of the things. And now, to conclude my session, I would like to mention about what are the programs we are offering in our KSRD PR University. So initially, we have started MSc Geoinformatics in the year 2017 and 18, and we have successfully completed. There are 3 batches, and also we have started BSc in Geoinformatics and Computer Science, and also we have started PG Diploma in Geoinformatics. So in this academia, what we are inculcating the knowledge of the geospatial technology, which not only sustaining the student lives, also sustaining the information how we are gathering from the one particular locations. Okay, and that location informations are further creating through the knowledge, the not only knowledge for the students, it is the knowledge of the all end users, so who are actually the benefiting from that informations. You say we say as a farmer, we say as a any what is that line department officers, or any other government body or government agencies who are exactly getting the benefit out of that information. So that kind of informations we are gathering through the locations. Okay, and this is one thing. And there are enormous data what we are satellite imageries, so which are providing near real time informations in day-to-day basis. So what is happening on our Earth surface, we come to know that how they are changes over the time. So this kind of skill sets also we are inculcating to the students, so that in upcoming days, so our future may be mostly depend on the geospatial technology. Why? Because this is the one of the third largest technology which enables knowingly or unknowingly to the peoples, because most of you are using smartphones nowadays. So that smartphone is already enabled with GPS technologies. So these GPS technologies are not only showing the way, it is a showing of the way of life, how we are using the geographical information into the technological aspects in order to creating in the form of informations. Okay, so with this, what we are offering, there are several programs which have been the purpose to tell students not only just information, not only just to get a job, also to create among them how villages are going to be sustained in near future. How we are creating our rural roots into the global heights. That using geospatial technology, data analytics kind of things, which are actually we are needed at this age. And that too, one more important thing I would like to actually mention here, that is artificial intelligences. So which is one of the potential tool so in the geospatial technology, which is booming word now, and that is what we must have to apply that kind of technology into the village areas, the further information extraction purpose. That is called as artificial intelligence kind of technologies, which is really potential for gathering the the big data kind of analysis when we do of the any villages. Okay, so if we have the village concept in our mind, definitely we would have done extremely well using this kind of geospatial technology. Already the government of India has announced several schemes, but all those schemes are effectively run is because of the geospatial technology, how effectively gathering the data, not only just gathering data, also the spatial location information data, which can be providing the transparency in the administrative, and also the effective working nature of the administrative body, that to public administrative, effective public administrative. So there are several informations are there, so which we can delineate, which we can gather, which we can acquire, and which we can create a wonderful database for our future generation. Also that database can be utilized for the several other informations and proper decision making and all that. Okay, thank you so much for that. If any queries are there, please.
Do you have any queries? Hello. If you have any queries, please send. Okay, thank you very much, Suresh, for detail regarding the application of GIS and remote sensing in different organizations as well as government departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So we'll move on to the next speaker, Dr. Nagaraj S. Patil, who holds a MTech degree and then PhD degree from IIT Delhi. He's a present chairman and associate professor, Department of Civil Engineering and PG Studies, VTU, Belagavi. His area of specialization is environmental and water resource engineering, remote sensing and geographical information system, climate change. So apart from this academic thing, he's been on consultancy projects also. He has taken a lot of projects and then completed those things. Research has been funded by Government of Karnataka, ISRO, as well as the Government of India. So he has established a Center for Excellence and Center of Excellence through the Government of Karnataka through higher education. And then his projects are funded by WGST, Ministry of ITBT, and Government of Karnataka. He has delivered more than 20 lectures and published papers on geospatial technology. So he specializes on solid waste environmental management. So his paper application GS and groundwater modeling has been awarded Best Paper Award from NIT Patna. I welcome you, sir.
Sir, namaskar. Thank you, sir. Sir, you are able to hear me?
Sir, it's not audible.
Sir, you are able to hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
It's audible, no? Okay, fine, sir. So it's audible to them, I think so.
It's not audible.
No, Manjunath sent me it's audible.
It's from my side, it's audible, sir. It is
Yes, sir,
audible, sir. It is audible.
It's audible, sir.
It is audible, sir.
Is it audible?
For participants, it's audible. For organizer, it's not audible.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll share my screen, sir. Sir, my slides are visible, sir?
Yes, sir, visible. Slides are visible.
Okay, fine, sir. Sir, I'll be taking another 20 minutes time to show some of the case studies where geospatial technology can be used for to assess the impact of climate change and also to assess the impact of on the water resource, how it can be used for water resource applications, and how we can use this technology for various applications. That thing I'm taking there. Why I thought of taking the impact of climate change is because one of the study we had done it for, it was a government funded project from Ministry of Water Resources, and we had done it for all the business, and this is one case study I'm taking it for Ghataprabha, so that we understand how we can assess the impact of climate change on a particular subbasin, and how that inputs from this geospatial technology can be taken for the various decision making purpose, and how it is useful for the farmers, how we can go for with this technology, how we can go, and with this analysis, with such kind of analysis, how we can go for better planning and evaluation. So for that thing, this can be very helpful. GIS-based assessment is very geospatial-based assessment is very much helpful for the climate change impact assessment. So my first slide tells about, all of you know about this, how the climate change is happening. To just give a brief overview of how this climate change is happening there. If you see the main juggler of this climate change is the carbon dioxide. If you see this carbon dioxide, level of carbon dioxide was nearly about 300 ppm in 1950, but you can just see the current level, it has got to about 400 parts per million. So because of this greenhouse carbon among all the other greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide is one of the main constituent or main juggler which is trying to make our globe more hotter and hotter. Yes. So if you see here, because all of you know about this thing there, what is happening for this when the climate change is happening, what is happening for our state of affairs. There is increase in temperature, evapotranspiration is increasing, water quality is deteriorating there, and we also see that there is a change in the pattern of the precipitation there. You might have seen some of us now also there in Belgaum. Last 2 days back it was raining, and in Bangalore also we got the very flash floods there, and a lot of raining has happened. Even though it's April month, we don't get such kind of rains, but we are getting it. This is uneven pattern of rainfall which we are trying to see. These are some of the implications, or these are the symptoms of the climate change, I can tell you. Yes. So if you see there, there are many reports which has been generated from the IPCC there, International Panel for Climate Change, and now the fifth assessment report has come, and they have showed many of the things which has been, many of the data has been given for that. So what I am trying to do here is, and what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to take all this data which are spatial variable data. Yes, they are varying with the space and time there. So we are trying to see how this geospatial technology can be used with this spatially variable data for our entire basin. How we can just see what is the possible scenario for water resource scenarios there at the basin level, what kind of water availability is there for us in future, and what kind of soil moisture is available there in the future things there, so that we can make the adaptive responses, so that we can see how this adaptive responses can be made using this climate change data that we are trying to see here. Firstly, I would like to tell here, all this climate change data are the grid-based data there. So we are trying to see this grid-based data. They are in the form of such kind of grid-based data there. Yes, they are point data. This is a case study for Ghataprabha subbasin I have taken there, and they are a grid-based data which you can see they are a point-based data there, and they are located at a distance of every 2 kilometers. This data is located there, and this data we are trying to see it there, and this data has been interpolated, and this data has been made to the spatial variation of this data has been made there. And we can here I have shown it the pixel size a little bit larger, but each and every pixel size will be of 30 meter per 30 meter. So we can just see here in this case, I can see from annual precipitation from year 1951 to 2016 there. You see the annual precipitation from the records. You can just see this. The historical period is showing from 500 to 15 mm rainfall, and so the annual precipitation here in this case is only from 500 to 15 mm rainfall. And only at some places where we have the forest area things there, it is around 200 to 350, 3,500, millimeters of rainfall is there. So this entire spatially varied data, it helps me to really understand how the variation of the rainfall is happening over a period of historical period from 1951 to 61 there. So if you come to know about this kind of spatial variation of precipitation historically and and also in future, we'll be able to correlate, we'll be able to find it out what exactly kind of adaptation strategy that can be made. Yes. Similarly, we did a test called as MK test that gives the confidence in my data there. This MK test shows me that whatever the positive values are there, this positive value shows me there is an increase in trend, and this negative value shows that there is a decrease in trend. So there is a decrease in trend of rainfall in this basin there. The average annual rainfall is decreasing here in this case of Katakura basin. And similarly, we can also make such kind of analysis for a temperature, also for minimum temperature, and also for the maximum temperature also there. You can just see here the maximum temperature, the highest recorded temperature is 41 degrees Celsius in the downstream part of the study area for the year 1969 to 2005. So we are able to see the temperature, how they are trying to decrease from one place to other place. And this really helps us to understand how the climate is varying there. I'll show you how in future how the climate changes are done there. This is the data center. The IPCC has given this data center there. Various models which have been developed by the various companies, various countries. These are the climate models. These are the climate models which where there is a data center or data storage, we can tell there, where all the data are given in the form of such kind of grid analysis. Such kind of grids have been done at the various places here, and this data can be used. What we do is we usually go to the site and we download this data, and they're in the form of grid process there, and we do a lot of analysis. A lot of geospatial analysis has been done here. We do the interpolation to the nearest point of the IMD to match with our IMD there. A special interpolation will be done for this case to match to the nearest IMD record, and also the trend analysis will be done for those cases also. And this is the method by which we adopted in this case, is by change factor method here. And these are the various models for this basin we have taken. These are the various models, and the ranking of these models has been done there. Among these models, we have taken some 5 models for the analysis. And we can just see here